And at the same time, we'll be able to see how those who were observed can see those who observed them. So this is of interest. We'll have a second time of discussion with the members of the convention, those who will be taking the floor with the researchers, but also those who joined us this afternoon. And then we'll have a general debate, more than an hour. And during this debate, you will be able to say what you want to say. This debate will be introduced by two researchers working with Hélène Landemore, our co-organizers for the Yale University. These two researchers will introduce the general debate that took place in the second part of this afternoon. But first, I'd like to give the floor to our chairperson, Mrs. Jane Mansbridge, who is Emeritus Professor of Political Science at the Harvard Kennedy School, Dr. Honoris Causa of Sciences Po in Paris. It is giving her an additional link with us on this side of the Atlantic, but she's also the laureate of the Lawrence Jan Skip Award in 2018. This award is a Swedish award and considered as the equivalent of the Nobel Prize for Political Sciences. She dedicated her work to the theory of democracy and feminism. Obviously, there is a connection between the two. And finally, she studied the social movements and democracy. Professor Mansbridge, warmly thank you for accepting chairing this session, this conference, and you have the floor to officially open our debates.
Je suis ravie d'être ici aujourd'hui à
I am very happy to be with you for what I consider is a large-scale event.
La Convention citoyenne pour le climat,
Citizens Convention for Climate,
quels qu'en soient ses défauts, c'est une réponse majeure
is
à
a
deux
major
crises
answer
immenses.
to two huge
La crise
crises,
climatique
the
et
climate
la crise
crisis
de la démocratie.
and the
La
crisis of
Convention
democracy.
elle-même et
The
cette
convention
conférence
itself
sur la
and this
Convention
conference about the convention
magnifiquement
is
l'énergie,
mobilizing
l'expérience
the
et
energy,
l'intelligence
the
des citoyens
experience, and the
français.
intelligence
Français.
of the French
En outre,
citizens.
La Convention
Furthermore,
et cette conférence
the
sont un
convention
exemple
and
pour
these
tous
conferences
de
are
la
an example
complémentarité
of
enrichissante
the enriching
des
complementarity
chercheurs.
of
Je
practitioners
suis
and
honorée d'être
researchers.
ici
I am
aujourd'hui
honored
pour
to be with you
écouter
this
les
afternoon
présentations
to listen to
chercheurs
all the
et de présider à
presentations
cette
of the
session.
researchers and to
Merci
chair
et
this
bienvenue
session.
à
Thank
tous.
you and welcome to all of you.
Merci beaucoup, Professor Mansbridge.
Thank you, Professor Mansbridge. And a
And
special
the rest will be in English.
Thank you for having made the effort to speak in French. It was very, very nice of you.
Nous allons maintenant, je vais inviter les chercheurs.
Now I invite the researchers who observed the Citizens Convention for Climate to introduce their work. About 40 researchers, by the way, were accredited and observed this convention. They took part in all the works of the citizens, whether in small groups, medium-sized groups, or in a plenary session of the convention. They also sent questionnaires during the various sessions, and they were also able to discuss with the members of the convention, even if at the beginning of the convention's works, the governance committee limited direct access of the researchers to the citizens. The objective was to avoid interferences or possible influences. As I said at the beginning, we organized the presentations of the researchers as a mirror of the comments of 5 members of the convention. So we have 2 presentations of researchers, then 1 or 2 members of the conventions, and this 4 times. All the papers being presented are very interesting. Each researcher or duet of researcher has 10 minutes only for their presentation, and I'll be strict on people to stick to the time allocated. Their communication, of course, will be available in extenso, and you will be able to go into the details of their works. Now, for the first 10 minutes, I'll call upon Adrien Fabre, who is a researcher at the Paris School of Economics. He's going to tell us who are the citizens of the Convention for Climate.
Bonjour, Adrien.
Bonjour.
Hello, Adrien. Hello, everyone.
Voilà, donc j'ai décidé de faire la présentation.
So I decided to make my presentation in French. Don't hesitate if you have any question. The motivation was to study the representativity of the 150 people. The 150 people were drawn by lots using the method of quotas explained by Mr. Fourniau and Mrs. Tournus. It ensures a representativity of each strata in terms of gender, age, education, categories, and geographies. But the participation to the convention is based on volunteering. This may lead to a selection bias. No reasons for the members of the convention to be representatives as for the other dimensions that are non-geographical ones. Those who choose to participate can be different from others. To assess the gap between the population and the convention, we carried out a survey with the general population, and we asked the same question to the 150. During the first session, notably, we asked a question during the other sessions, but we didn't get enough answers so that we could analyze the results. We used the answers of the 150 of a questionnaire asked in the first day, and we compared this to two other surveys carried out end of April for the first one and end of October for the second one. These were identical surveys and questionnaires, and a cross-section of 1,000 people was surveyed. The interest of having this survey twice with a 6 months delay was to study the possible fluctuations from one season to another, and these fluctuations may explain potential gaps in the answers of the 150. But we also wanted to assess the effect of the convention's announcements on the political preferences of French people in terms of climate policy, because the first round of our survey took place before the official announcements of the convention, but after we, the researchers, knew of the measures being proposed. And the second round took place after. And finally, this survey enables us to understand the perceptions of the French people of this convention. So let us start with general attitudes. On the top right, you can see that people of the convention and the French people have roughly the same satisfaction level as for their lives. Left, we can see that people of the convention grant more confidence than the French people. And we can see that there's a big gap between our survey and a survey carried out by Cevipof. It's difficult for us to explain, but maybe due to differences in the cross-sections. But the question is how to assess the representativity of the 150 when we're not sure that our own cross-section is really representative. So we may think that our cross-section, our sample, is more representative than the 150. That's because there are fewer people who refuse to take part in a survey. Very few people accepted to take part in the convention, less than 1% answered, because it was more demanding to be part of this convention than to answer a survey. But we may not exclude that the convention may remain more representative, notably because this sampling would have been done in a better way. But of course, we have to be cautious with what is going to be said. Now, bottom right, as for a question on social justice, the members of the convention are somewhat less in favor of redistribution than the average of the French people. As for climate change, the members of the convention think, as the French people, that the origin of the climate danger is an anthropic one. And the bottom graph shows that, again, more people in the convention have a knowledge about the fact that the climate disorders are due to climate change. As for the seriousness of climate change, same result, whether it is for the French people or the 150, they are all largely aware of the negative effects of climate change.
Partagé plutôt du côté pessimiste
and rather pessimistic about the fact that the climate change could be limited to an acceptable level towards the end of the century. The 150 are a little bit more worried about the climate change than all the French people. Now, climate policies. Same thing, top left, the 150, 20% more favorable than French people to having an ambition in terms of environmental policy for France. French people, as for people from the convention, think that measures have to be taken at all levels and essentially globally. And if we carry out a survey in other countries, the results are the same, because this is really where climate policies are missing. And on the right, we can see that the French people, and even more people from the convention, consider that we will have to considerably change our ways of living to prevent climate change. This is the main answer, really. Now, as for support to the various measures, this is the most crucial aspect, I would say. We compare here, and for several measures, the support for the first round with the people of the convention, and we can see that there's a strong support for all the measures put forward. In cities, the opinions are similar for the population and the conventions, but systematically, the members of the convention are 20% more favorable and more numerous to be rather favorable. To the population, you don't have the convention people here, so question between the two rounds of our surveys: what would the people vote on the referendum about various measures? At the time, it was interesting because we had the results of the survey, but we didn't want to communicate the results to the 150, not to influence their choices of measures to be put to a referendum or not. But most of the time, it was said that the French people would answer no to a referendum, which is not what we can see here, because it was a massive yes to all measures. And what is really funny is that where the yes is not or less of a majority is for the recognition of an ecocide crime and for the mentioning of the preservation of the environment in the Constitution. So that's two of the three measures that were proposed, with the one just above. What we can see is that there's little difference between the two rounds of our surveys. One is 4 percentage points for the obligation of thermal refurbishment and government subsidies. So it means that the announcement of the convention had little influence as regards the support of the French people to climate policies. Just 1 minute left. So same thing for other environmental policies, no much differences between two rounds, and a strong support of the French people to all measures put forward, apart from the lowering of the speed limit to 110 kilometers per hour. These are the answers of the convention. A minority of French people here or are in favor of the 110 kilometers per hour. As for all the other measures, a big support of the French people, but somewhat weaker than the support of people of the convention. If I have time, I can show you what people think of the conventions. 1/3 heard about it, know what it is about. Even those who haven't heard about it have an opinion. They think that the convention was not representative. And despite the fact that French people are critical of the convention, think that it was really a mockery organized by the government, we can see that there's a majority support to having an assembly set up of 150 people and having a right of veto about text voted by the parliament. The French people are highly critical about the convention and what the government did with it, but they are even more mistrusting regarding the existing parliament. That's what I wanted to say. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Adrien. And our program is very, very busy, so we have to stick to the time. Sorry. Several people in the chat wanted to know if this presentation would be made available and if they could have access. I think it is already available on a website. Could you put it in the chat box, Adrien? Yes, I'm going to put the link in the chat, and I'll put a link to the paper in English if need be. Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Jean-Michel Fourniau, who is Director of Research at Ifstar, and he was also a member of the Governance Committee of the Citizens Convention. So Jean-Michel was not part of the 40 researchers who observed the convention, but at the same time, he was permanently in contact with them and their kind of spokesperson or support when necessary inside the governance committee. So Jean-Michel is a researcher, however, and he worked on this convention, and he is presenting today a paper on the role of the governance committee for the Citizens Convention for Climate. Thank you, Gilles Laurent. Thank you to all of you and to Hélène Guillemot for having organizing this conference. And thank you to Jane Mansbridge for chairing this session. It is a great honor for all of us to share our work about the convention. Even if I was a member of the governance committee and research, I was also one of the researchers in the research team, and we all worked with them about the questionnaires that were sent to the convention members that Adrien has just presented. I just want to hear their testimony simply on this question of the governance of Citizens' Assembly, given the experience of the governance committee. The first thing I want to say is that, of course, the Citizens' Convention for Climate is what we call today in literature for deliberative processes, a citizens' assembly, i.e. a representative deliberative process who has to write the law, as was the case in British Columbia in 2004 or in other examples. And the most well-known examples are the 3 successive assemblies as from 2012 in Ireland, and that are being referenced to in this symposium. And this is what the letter of the Prime Minister setting out the framework of the Citizens' Convention for Climate is saying. The government is expecting from this convention a report mentioning all the discussions and all the legislative measures, regulatory measures that it would deem necessary to reach the objective of reducing greenhouse gases emissions. Furthermore, the convention will have a legal and technical support to ensure the legal transcriptions of its proposals. We heard yesterday Marine Fleury mentioning that. So the perspective of the convention, its objective really was set by the government and was to produce legislative measures to co-write the law. The convention, after other citizens' assemblies were drawn by lords, and the Irish example, showed the capacity of simple citizens to produce legislative measures that are relevant, that can be taken up by the Parliament or submitted to a referendum and be adopted, as was the case in Ireland. But this demonstration is not enough to finally establish the legitimacy of citizens' assemblies in co-producing the law. Yesterday, Thierry Pech considered that they were not legitimate for the co-production of the law. The other normative arguments have to be added, for example, about the capacity of the drawing by lots to represent the peoples democratically. It is not just question of representativity that Adrien mentioned. It is also this question of a relationship between drawing by lots and mass democracy, or about this question about competition that could exist between citizens' assembly and elected assemblies. I don't want to talk about this. This is Helene's domain, but these normative arguments for the legitimacy of citizens' assemblies. I just want to note here, and this will be the essential part of what I want to say, from the perspectives of the citizen legislator. Well, this may be confronted to the capacities of a citizen assembly to self-govern. And this is what American researchers mentioned in November. And they said that the Citizens' Convention could not be compared to an assembly such as the British Parliament or US Congress. And they noted that without any external structure, the Citizens' Convention would have totally failed. So this questioning here moved me a lot, really, touched me a lot, because as a researcher, I'm working on issues of citizens' assemblies for some years, and with some colleagues who had written down a small book proposing a third chamber, citizens' assembly of the future to deal with climate issues, notably. And we had not envisaged all these very specific questions of who is going to govern a citizens' assembly. So this is the question that I would like to submit to this conference. Can a citizens' assembly self-govern? Or if it's not the case, who is going to govern a citizens' assembly? So we may think and ask some elements of a reflection starting from the experience of the Citizens' Convention for the Climate, but we can already note right from the beginning that there's the confusion we may have made and that we heard yesterday, whether in what the minister said or others said, that is to say, the perspectives in which envisaging the Citizens' Convention, which is considered as a participatory process and not as an assembly that can contribute to writing the law. Now, if we look at all the texts governing the international text governing the participation of the public, these texts, for example, the Aarhus Convention, and in France, the Environmental Charter that constitutionalizes the right to participation, or the Environmental Code, all these texts separate the area of public participation, which we may call participatory democracy, from the domain of production of law, which is reserved to representative democracy. One example of that is in the European Directive of 2003, which is taking up the Aarhus Convention, and it clearly stipulates that the participation is on projects, planned programs, policies, regulations, but not on other things. And as for the OECD report steered by Claudia Schwalitz from 2020, mentioning these citizens' assemblies more specifically, she's not making any difference, or this report is not making any difference from citizens' assemblies, from juries or citizens' conferences, apart from the size or their length, but not because they would be applied to different domains or the participation around projects or policies. And the co-drafting of the law. Hence my question again, If we seriously take into account this difference, then we must question the possibility for a citizens' assembly contributing to writing the law to self-govern as other assemblies, elected assemblies do, and that are taking part in the legislative process. 2 minutes left. So I asked this question, this is the main part really, and I can add one thing here. If we have not done it, that's because we considered this Citizens' Convention as a participatory process, a classic one. So we had questions about the strategic steering of the public, and this question was mentioned several times systematically for citizens' conferences or citizens' jury, where the essential question is not around the self-governing of the processes, but it is to have an external third instances that would prevent the commissioner of the participatory process to instrumentalize the whole process. And this is really the question that the citizen of the convention asked, essentially during session 2. Maybe the government gathered this convention to have the carbon tax adopted by or as from the Citizens' Convention. So the risk of instrumentalization was very much in the minds of the citizens. And to avoid this, the solution found a bit everywhere, not in the same ways, but was to set up an independent body, a kind of governance committee that guarantees the autonomy of the work carried out by the convention. So this is the pattern we had, and the question of the capacity of a citizens' assembly to self-govern is never asked in a way. And to finish, having asked this a question, I don't pretend to answer it. I know that there's a lot of work to be carried out to find an answer, but it raises many questions. One question for this conference, would it be desirable from a normative standpoint to go toward a citizens' assembly that would really govern itself and write the law? We may also ask the question to the citizens who participated to the convention, would the citizens want it? And all those who took part in the convention, are they fully aware of the difficulties? Because 150 citizens drawn by lots come on the first day, don't know who they are. So it can be quite complicated to think that by themselves they can find ways of working so that they can reach the requested result, i.e. the production of legislative measures, and this without being able to get support from structures. We didn't really think about these structures, apart from having a structure that could steer and that would tend to govern the assembly, to go from steering to the government of an assembly. So this is a question that was asked really around the phrase of a certain sovereignty for the Citizens' Convention or not. Thank you very much, Jean-Michel. Indeed, these are key questions, and it would be very interesting to hear the members of the convention talking about it. And I would rightly give the floor to one of them, Amandine, who was a member of the Citizens' Convention for the whole duration of it, but she, for an intercession, I would say, she was a citizen member of the governance committee. So this is a key element, as indeed every 2 sessions, 2 representatives of the citizens' conventions were in the governance committee. So Amandine, if you want to take the floor, it's your time.
Okay, merci Gilles Laurent.
Thank you, Gilles Laurent.
I just a few words in English for the beginning, for the introduction, but then I mainly speak in French, if you don't mind. D'abord, je voulais remercier les
first of all, I wanted to thank all researchers for the work they've done. It's very enriching to discover all this, to listen to them. It will help us stop and think about the exercise, change our viewpoint if necessary. So many thanks to all of them.
Le but, c'est vraiment, je pense,
now, the objective, I just have 5 minutes, but my objective is to give you my viewpoint as a citizen. What about these governance challenges?
La première intervention
First presentation, it was about the representativity and our compliance as a panel compliance with French society. We were always careful, really, all of us, the 150, we all constantly wanted to be in line with society, and we all had we were all scared of being sort of disconnected. So we worked in chambers, we worked on a certain number of topics, we focused on some of them, focused more than most French citizens, I guess. So we were afraid of being detached and out of pace with them. So we always ask ourselves the issue of representativity, compliance, and that's something we constantly kept in mind. And I was very surprised when I heard you say that most French people had, I would say, accepted the fact that there should be a referendum, except for all those measures.
Et en fait, à l'époque,
and in fact,
revenir sur ce dernier week-end,
I'm back to the last weekend, and I'm talking on for myself only, you know, maybe some citizens will agree with me, but there was also a phenomenon. We became aware, we became sort of frightened of the outside world. We were afraid of saying, okay, we are responsible. Tomorrow, this will get out of the walls of the building in which we've been working for weeks, and we must be able to talk about this with our family, neighbors, must become responsible of what we did. And that was a very strong feeling. We became so aware of the outside world. We really wanted to feel that we would be at the same level, that we wouldn't be disconnected, I would say, compared to the rest of the population.
Sur la deuxième présentation,
now, the second presentation, Jean-Michel Fourniau, I've got so many things to say because, as Gilles Laurent said,
cette double position, si je puis dire, c'est que à la fois j'étais donc la citoyenne participante à l'Assemblée,
as a citizen, I was participant to the assembly,
été tirée au sort et
I was randomly selected. I was a stakeholder as all the other citizens selected, and I was also an observer of the way the convention
je vous rassure, ça ne crée pas quelque chose de schizophrénique pour autant, mais c'est vrai que les citoyens qui sont passés par ce comité de gouvernance, je pense, ont développé un autre regard sur l'exercice de la convention et sur les conditions de son déroulement. Par exemple, à titre personnel, moi, je sais que ça a été
personally, for example, it was a very dense period of time for me. It made me aware of strategic challenges, of political challenges that were underlying the convention, its organization. But I became probably more tolerant about the methodology selected during the process. Yesterday, many citizens were complained because of the way they were supposed to work or the formats of the sessions and so on, and they wanted to question this, and they really wanted to question the way of working. Some speakers mentioned it yesterday. They mentioned that point yesterday.
Avoir son propre libre arbitre dans
I wanted to have a sort of keep their freedom in the organization itself. I think that
très souvent justifiées, mais elles étaient
these
aussi
questioning were probably justified, but also they were due to a lack of visibility. Citizens didn't have enough visibility of the decision-making process. I was lucky because I had a vision of that process. I understood the modalities.
Ça m'apparaissait plus naturellement.
I was more aware of them. So I knew why decisions were made, so I was not tempted to disagree, I would say.
Tout est une question de point de vue.
I guess it's a question of viewpoint.
Quand on lit, si vous prenez le temps de lire en entier,
if you take the time to read the paper written by Jean-Michel Fourniau, at the beginning of the paper, he says that piloting, steering this democratic exercise became a priority for political leaders.
C'était une donnée imposée.
That was funny because for us it was de facto. We didn't have in mind the past history or the background of the discussions that took place before. We just had in front of us data.
J'ai l'impression que petit à petit, finalement,
and little by little, in fact,
les citoyens sont mis à réinterroger de plus en plus cette historique
started asking again this background, what had happened before the convention itself.
L'histoire de cette
and they
convention
wanted to buy
et le contexte de l'émergence de cette assemblée. Et je pense que ça a été aussi encouragé par un sujet que vous évoquerez peut-être au fil des prochaines
subjects we had to discuss. You know, maybe we'll talk about that later. Or becoming aware of the media.
On a été mis devant des caméras, devant des journalistes.
We were put in front of cameras, journalists. We had to answer questions and so on. So we had to describe the challenges at stake here, the climate change
Finalement, c'était pas souvent que ça, voire
it was more than
pas
that.
toujours ça qui intéressait les journalistes.
That was not
C'était l'émergence
why
de la
journalists were interested. They wanted to know about the creation of the convention, its background, the way it was designed and structured. So we had to question ourselves about all these points. We had to buy into the context.
Moi, je pense que d'avoir été au comité de gouvernance,
and having been part of the governance committee did help me here.
Ce double rôle en tant que citoyenne
again,
et à la fois observatrice
and an observer for the governance committee.
Je dis observatrice, mais quand on siégeait, on était à chaque fois deux en rotation.
So, but there were always
on
two
était
of us,
associés à la prise
one
de
after the
décision,
other.
et
We
moi,
were
j'ai
associated to the
pensé
decision-making
qu'il fallait que je sois
process.
capable, au même
And I
titre
always
que ceux qui siégeaient de manière permanente, de répondre et d'assumer
I should
des décisions
constantly be able to answer questions, to become responsible for
à l'état du groupe
decisions
des 150, puisque
made.
j'étais en fonction de
But I
représentation
was
du groupe.
I represented the
Je
group
donne un
in a way.
exemple qui est cité en
I
fait
can give you an
par Jean-Michel
example,
dans
which
son papier.
Jean-Michel
Il dit à un
mentions
moment,
in his
il y a eu une
paper.
question
He says,
sur la forme
well, at
à la
one
fin,
point there
quand
was a
on a voté.
question.
Jean-Michel voulait proposer et
Jean-Michel
argumenter en faveur du passage au vote de nos différentes mesures sous forme d'un projet de loi unique.
To be voted in order to become a single
que leurs mesures
draft
soient
bill.
transmises sous un projet de loi unique.
The measures
et moi, je sais qu'à l'époque, j'étais dans
drafted by citizens to be transferred as such for vote.
J'avais pas de posture
And
sur cette idée,
I didn't have any
pour ou contre,
here. I was
mais que
not
si
in
cette idée,
favor or against the
n'émergeait
idea.
pas naturellement
But
du
if the
collectif des
idea
citoyens,
didn't come from
elle n'avait
the
pas lieu
group of
d'être parce qu'elle
citizens, then
constituait une forme d'orientation indirecte des travaux.
it shouldn't be.
C'est-à-dire que s'il y avait eu une réflexion en amont
If we had
sur
at
les
one
enjeux
point,
qui étaient
if
mis
the
en place
group
de
had
stratégie politique,
talked
comment on fait
about those
passer nos mesures de la
political
manière la
challenges,
plus
how
efficace
do
et
you
pertinente
adopt a
pour
measure,
la
how
suite.
do you
Mais ça
in
n'avait
the
pas eu
best
lieu. Et en
possible way.
l'état,
We
à
didn't
l'époque,
talk
il n'y avait
about
aucun
that.
citoyen qui avait
No
dit
citizen
il faut qu'on propose un
ever
projet de loi
said we
unique.
have
Donc,
to suggest
pour vous dire, il y avait toujours ce
draft
décalage
bill
entre
or whatever.
les réflexions qu'on
So there
pouvait
was
avoir,
always
c'était lors
this
de la stratégie
difference
politique,
between what we
des
said and what we
méthodologies,
thought
et
about the
aussi à un moment,
methodology and so
moi,
on.
en tant que citoyenne qui représentait le groupe,
At the same time,
être
I was the
fidèle à
representative
l'état
of the group,
d'esprit
so
qui
I had
était
to
celui
stick to the state
le
of
mien et
mind
celui de mes concitoyens.
of all the
Et
other
pour finir
citizens.
sur la capacité de l'Assemblée citoyenne à s'auto-gouverner, la question très justement posée par Jean-Michel, c'est-à-dire
The question is
en
asked
dehors
by
de légiférer,
Jean-Michel.
est-ce qu'on est capable de
Can
s'auto-gouverner?
we self-govern?
À titre très personnel,
Is
je suis assez
self-governance
mitigée.
possible?
Donc, peut-être
I don't know.
faut
From a
engager le débat
personal
là-dessus
viewpoint,
avec
I'm not
d'autres des
sure.
citoyens présents
Maybe you can
aujourd'hui.
start a discussion on that point. But
Je lisais que dans le best-seller Sapiens,
in
que
the
vous connaissez
Sapiens,
certainement,
this book you probably
de
know,
Yuval Noah Harari, il est dit que pour qu'un groupe interagisse ensemble, il faut mieux qu'il soit
when
composé au
some
maximum
groups
de
interact
150
with one
personnes.
another, there
Je sais
should
pas
be
si
a
c'est une
maximum
coïncidence
number
ou
of
pas, mais ça m'a
150
toujours fait
people in
sourire.
each group.
Et donc,
So I
c'est
don't
une
know if
bonne
that is a
échelle, je le
coincidence,
confirme
but
vraiment
anyway,
pour l'avoir
it's interesting.
vécu, c'est une bonne échelle pour
And
interagir.
I agree,
Mais de là
this
à
is
ce
an
que ça
interesting
permette de
number.
s'organiser de manière
But
indépendante,
is
je suis pas sûre.
150 enough to get
On l'a bien vu
organized
en
in a
fait
very
aujourd'hui.
independent way? I'm not
Moi, j'ai ce
sure.
recul-là en tout cas avec la formation de l'association.
The training of the
lorsqu'on a remis nos
the
travaux,
organization
on s'est
of this
auto-constitué en
association, when we
association
gave
avec, on va
back
dire,
the
80% des effectifs des
bulk of our
citoyens
work,
tirés au
we said
sort.
that we
Et donc, on s'est retrouvé
represented,
dans une autogestion
we
précipitée
found ourselves
de
in a
l'exercice,
rushed
c'est-à-dire qu'on n'avait plus
self-governance.
le tampon
We
du
no longer
comité de
had the
gouvernance, le
seal of
tampon
the
des
governance
animateurs,
committee
et
or
on
the
était en
seal
direct
of
pour
all other
s'organiser.
committees. We were
Et moi, pour moi,
directly
ça a
responsible
présenté
of being
d'énormes
organized, of
difficultés
getting
et des
organized, and
effets
that was
aussi de
difficult.
fracturation du collectif
And there were
des citoyens.
differences in this group, between people.
Donc j'ai un bilan assez mitigé
So I've
finalement de
got
cette
sort of,
petite
I'm in a
tentative
half situation here.
gouvernance, même si
Self-governance,
l'association
is it really
existe encore
possible?
aujourd'hui et
I'm
que
not so
j'espère qu'elle a
sure.
de beaux
The
jours devant
association
elle.
still exists,
Mais
and I hope it has a future,
Jean-Michel le
obviously.
dit, par
But
exemple, il
as
nous
Jean-Michel
manquait une formation aux
says,
techniques d'animation.
we
Et donc
didn't
là,
have
quand on
enough,
s'est
we
retrouvé dans
didn't know
l'association,
how to
pour moi,
facilitate a
ce
group.
manque
We should
de
have been
formation
trained. That
sur
was,
les questions
I
de
missed that.
médiation a été exacerbé, mis au
And that
mis au
was
grand jour.
obvious. It was made so
Donc voilà.
obvious
Et
during
le
the
dernier
exercise.
point,
And the
peut-être,
last
c'est
point,
juste que Jean-Michel disait également dans
Jean-Michel
son
also
papier
said in his
qu'à un
paper
moment avait été
that
discutée la manière
at one
d'intégrer les
point we
citoyens au
talked
comité de
about the way
gouvernance.
we
Il y
should
avait deux
include
propositions.
citizens in the
Celle qui a
governance
été
committee.
retenue,
Two
que deux
proposals.
citoyens tournent à
Two
partir du tirage au
citizens,
sort,
one
mais aussi une autre proposition qui était celle
after
de
the other.
constituer un
And the
bureau
second
citoyen.
proposal was to create a
Et
sort of
l'argument pour ne pas retenir cette
bureau of
proposition à l'époque avait
citizens.
été que ça
And
risquait de
this
créer un
proposal was not
décalage,
chosen
une
because
hiérarchie
they said
au
that
sein
it
des
might
citoyens.
create some sort
Et
of
je pense,
hierarchy.
et j'aimerais en discuter avec ceux que ça
And I
intéresse,
think, and maybe we
malgré
could talk
ça,
about this,
le
I
fait
think
d'avoir deux
nevertheless that
citoyens même
having
en
two
binôme a quand
citizens
même créé une sorte de
did
décalage entre
nevertheless
le groupe de
create
ceux
a
qui
gap.
avaient
There was a gap
participé,
between
qui
the
avaient
group
vu
of
de
those
l'intérieur le comité de
who
gouvernance, la manière
participated
de
to the
travailler,
governance
la
committee, they
mécanique en
understood
fait
the
de
way
la
of
convention,
working, they understood the
et les
mechanism of the
autres.
convention, and the others. There was a gap.
Parfois, ça a été violent parce que
And it
tout
was
au long de la
sometimes
convention, j'ai
a bit
l'impression de
sort
manière
of
générale
violent.
que
I
toute
had the
forme de
feeling
hiérarchie
that
était
any
toujours rejetée, de
hierarchy was
hiérarchie interne
always
toujours rejetée
rejected. Internal
assez
hierarchy
fortement
was
par les citoyens. Il y a eu une
rejected
tentative
by
d'un autre groupe qui s'appelait
citizens.
l'Esquad,
Another
qui était
group
un groupe de travail
called
transverse
Esquad,
qui a
or the
connu
transversal working group.
une existence courte et mouvementée.
It didn't last long.
Demandé à ce que
Citizens actually wanted this group to
je
stop.
pense que pour les gens qui avaient participé au COGOUV, nous, on se comprenait très bien entre citoyens, entre nous, on se comprenait très bien.
One citizen understood the other citizen because we'd seen things, we heard similar things. We knew the members of the governance committee, so those who were part of the governance committee understood how it worked, but the others could not. So there was a difference. I don't know if that was okay or not, but it's an open question. Thank you, Amandine, for all these questions. You took a little bit more than 5 minutes, but your explanations were indeed very interesting and very useful. Just a few words about the Esquad, the group you're talking about. The convention was made of 5 different groups, and there were transversal issues. And one way of addressing these issues, transversal issues, there was an attempt. We sort of created an Esquad made of representatives of the 5 different groups, but it didn't last long. Thank you very much. Louis-Gaëtan Giraudet and Hélène Guillemot are researchers at the CIRED. and researcher at the Alexandre Koyré Centre, IFRIS. Thanks for your presence. And you have 10 minutes, not each of you, both of you. I know I have to sort of keep an eye on the clock, but anyway, as you can imagine, I won't be as tolerant with the researchers as with citizens. I'm more open with the citizens. Good afternoon. Louis-Gaëtan and myself were able to observe the Sology housing group. So we'll have a presentation in French without any slides. We are the only one not working on participative democracy issues. We are working on climate change. And Louis-Gaëtan works on greenhouse gas emissions from housing. So he's an observer, a researcher, he's also an expert in this particular issue. As we said before, reducing greenhouse gas emission requires an expertise, a major expertise, and many experts had to work on that issue during the convention. We wanted to follow the development of the group called Housing. We focused on the report of citizens and experts on that particular point, respective role in the manufacturing or creation of those measures. We observed session 2 to 5, during which the measures were drafted, and we also organized interviews with the citizens and experts. It's work in progress, obviously. We still have interviews to organize. We haven't yet looked at the report from interviews made by a colleague, so it's work in progress. And it's limited to that particular group only. I insist on that point because the 149 measures of the convention are very diverse, you know, and all different one from the other. And the role of experts was a bit different in some cases. Louis-Gaëtan, let me remind you the challenges of the building sector. It's the second source of emission after transport, and this sector has one major characteristic: it's slow to change. In building sector, you don't have cost decrease, people or politicians innovative like Elon Musk. I mean, those guys are not interested by this particular sector, unfortunately. And many public policies already exist, tax credit, free loans or 0%. And it's a bit difficult to make the difference between all those various policies. It's important to remind the auditors about the main challenges or the main targets or the main objectives. The expertise here is directly connected to controversies that exist in that particular sector. Expertise should be objective. So 3 main controversies here. First of all, should we save energy or should we save CO2? That's an important issue that will condition whether we insist on electrical heating or develop this or that system. This controversy couldn't be dealt with by the group because the group focused a little bit more on the demand. If you want to find a solution to that particular issue, you have to focus on the offer, make a difference between electricity, the origin of electricity, and so on and so forth. Second controversy, and to cut a long story short, the second and third controversies are fairly similar. Should we update things or renovate or refurbish a building once and for all or step by step? Because if you do it in one shot, some people who don't have the money cannot do it. And if you refurbish a building or buildings step by step, it's affordable, but you waste time. And the refurbishment will probably be out of date at the end of the process. So this is a controversy and no solution has been decided yet. Now, experts are focusing on that particular point, nevertheless. Now, a few elements to give you an idea of the evolution of things. Experts worked during session 2 and following sessions, and they gave the general framework regarding that particular subject. Different profiles, public stakeholders, parapublic stakeholders, building experts, and people from charities, architects, people in the refurbishment business, and so on and so forth. And global refurbishment and fighting against bad energies progressed a lot. Session 3, the main controversy that Louis-Gaëtan just mentioned, do we do things step by step or in one shot, was exposed and presented by 2 experts. They exchanged with the citizens, but not with one another. And the global solution was fairly accepted and remained accepted during the whole convention. But after this major step forward in session 2, things were slower. Support measures to refurbishment were long, too detailed. The process probably wasn't clear enough, was very slow, and citizens tended to repeat again and again the same arguments. And the facilitators had to make sure that people would move forward. They were constantly reminding people of their objectives and so on and so forth. And they played a major role in the development, drafting of measures, clarification, and synthesis. One example shows how difficult it was. At the end of session 3, each group had to present during plenary session the first draft proposals. And the group insisted on 10 points. And they had to select 5 out of 10. They had to give a rating to each point. And the result of the vote was very surprising indeed. Measures like global refurbishment came at the end of the votes. They were not rated, whereas transforming craftsmen into experts came first. Just an example to show you how difficult it was. I didn't have time to talk about artificialization of the ground. A few words about the role of experts. The main measures were inspired by the first experts talking at session 2, and once the main issues had been identified, the citizens came along, and 5 citizens specifically worked on that particular thing. Only 2 of them followed the group until the end. Claire and... I'm sorry, this lady is reading a text. I'm trying to follow, says the interpreter. So the citizens were not asked to give their opinion, but to calculate the impact of the greenhouse gas emission problems. And the facilitators made sure that the process was complied with. So we can develop the roles here. The members of the support group gave an evaluation of the impact of measures, but quite rarely they give a hierarchy to measures according to their impact. They indicated that some proposals didn't have a major impact, and the facilitator then had to explain that citizens were free, nevertheless, to keep those proposals, which they often did. One of the main functions of the experts was to explain questions that were important for citizens. I mean, you have this or that solution. Which one do you prefer, for example? But experts sometimes tend to make recommendations, especially when certain measures have already been implemented without any results. And they do count on citizens to make things move forward. Obligation versus incentive or encouragement. For example, in the system, we had forgotten about central heating system. So a support group started focused on that point, and the point was again taken into account. Now, what about citizens? There were so many different subjects to discuss that citizens, in the way they live, competencies, interactions, were able to find different possibilities solution possibilities. Some had an experience. Those who rented a flat, for example, in bad or old buildings had their own opinion, or owners, house owners who had an experience with a problem also expressed their need. And for citizens, it was very interesting also to hear about the experience of people living in different conditions. Citizens very often decide to focus on one measure. They sometimes have an expertise, sometimes they don't, but they're interested or they think that this or that measure is essential. Two citizens, for example, worked on artificialization of the ground. One was an urban planner, the other one was a mayor. Other citizens didn't focus on experts because they thought they were working on a very interesting problem. Sébastien Prière mentioned it yesterday, finding a house, for example, or what about recycled material, what about living in an urban area, and so on. In that case, citizens find the resources by themselves. Other citizens also express the need to give more power to CCC. Something is important here. So people had all sorts of different interests, but there was no dichotomy between technology and politics, on local vision and global vision. You can't really discuss about the scope of measures, support conditions. These are technical decisions, but they are also political decisions. It's always the case when you have a discussion between citizens and experts. Thank you. Thanks a lot. I was supposed to say a few words of conclusion. I'm sorry, Gaëtan, you only have 15 seconds. Now, the measures that were adopted or proposed, two measures receive a 3-star. I'm talking about here about their impact on emission. 5 measures got this rating of 3 stars. So this particular group here produced important measures. But in the law, there was an obligation to refurbish housing, especially when you had the very old buildings, for example. But then the law doesn't explain what refurbishment exactly means. And citizens have asked a clarification of things. We have to define what an old building is, and refurbishment should be global, so it should be Class A. So the citizens really gave details about what this measure should be. It's in the law, but it was not clear enough, and citizens explained it. They also explain a certain number of a sort of spreadsheet of the type of money or funds that people could get when refurbishing their housing. And after the convention, Emmanuel Vargot justified and said he couldn't implement the measure in question immediately because the government hasn't found the money. So to conclude, there were no striking controversies. There were, as an observer of this type of assembly, when I went from one table to another, I was listening to discussions, and all the various challenges of the sector were well understood. People really understood what they had to discuss. They were really in the discussion. And the logistic committee had played a major role. But they tended to focus the attention of people on details instead of forgetting about details and focusing on the impact. In this particular citizens group, it was the contrary. The details were made clearer, which made a major difference on the magnitude of the results.
l'homme qui frustre.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I have to be a very strict timekeeper, but it was obviously very interesting to have your sort of group-centered vision. It does give us a lot of details and a lot of depth in the analysis. That is very interesting. We're going to widen the scope, if I may say so, with the two following speakers, Simon Baeckelandt and Dimitri Courant. Simon is a PhD student at the University of Lille, and Dimitri is a PhD student at the University of Lausanne in Switzerland. You both work on the possibility or the possibility of impartiality or the impossibility thereof of the people involved in the convention. So thank you. So we are going to do this in English. We're sorry, maybe we didn't understand.
So much for the invitation. Simon and I, we are two observers that observed the integrity of the convention from start to finish every single weekend, and we're going to talk about a touchy topic maybe, but an interesting one, which is the question of impartiality and transparency. So we called our presentation "Impartiality Not Found?" ? Legitimacy and illegitimacy of influences in the CCC. So the first thing that needs to be said is that impartiality is actually something that is important. It is a deliberative imperative because the legitimacy of deliberative democracy is the quality of the deliberation and of the procedure that is distinct from the quantity of votes, like in aggregative system, for instance, in electoral systems. Therefore, the importance of independence and impartiality and the fear of undue influence is shared in the discourse of actors, which makes sense because if there is a strong influence put on citizens, for instance, by experts, then why have citizen assembly in the first place? Just invite experts and they will tell you what to do directly. There is no point in having citizen assembly. So for instance, one of the guarantor stressed that, saying that no member of the governance committee, guarantor, experts has the right to seek to influence the citizen. They can share their view, but ultimately it is the citizen who decide. And in the first session, at least, because this is after the first session, he stressed that no participant has been subjected to any attempt of influence. And this might be something worth looking into. In terms of literature, we don't have that much stress on that point. Most of the time, when many publics are discussed, it is said facilitated by professional facilitator and that heard from expert, and that's about it. You don't have in-depth qualitative analysis of what it means. However, there is Manon that stressed the importance of contradictory debate. Jenny Mansbridge, present here today, that highlights the risk of rent-seeking by interest group. Borisot, Barizionet, Calvert, and Warren are stressing the importance of anticipating the framing effect. And finally, Claudia Landvers is proposing a typology of the importance of impartial intermediaries, but she really focuses on facilitators more than on any of the other actors. So there is, in the end, a certain degree of procedural framing and substantial knowledge input that is necessary. It is necessary that influence is committed and acted on during a mini-public. Otherwise, a mini-public has no purpose. Citizens must deliberate, change their mind, hear new information. But how can we distinguish a legitimate practice from an illegitimate one? So we try to operationalize that by identifying three different indicators and three subsets of indicators. First, pluralism and contradiction in the selection of speaker and their diversity, in the plurality of framing and options, so the statement, in the presence of contradictory debate, pro and contra. The second set of indicators is transparency, where the debate public. Was there a clarity on the actor's position, on their title of expertise and on their link among themselves? And deliberative, where they're justifying their choices with arguments or not. And finally, the last subset of indicators is what we call equity, equality, and fairness, which is the duration and frequency of the speech. Was the speech evenly or not evenly distributed? The access to citizen, and that's what we're going to focus on today, And lastly, the valorization of citizen speaker works, was there an equal treatment there or not? And in order to do so, we identified 6 different modes. The procedural mode, that is the action by procedure and rules. The classical mode, that is the fact that experts are presenting their work in scheduled presentation within a defined framework. The discursive mode that we're not going to touch on today because it has been the focus of the literature, which is the talk among citizens at table and plenary. The semi-formal mode, which is the interaction with deliberative, within the deliberative time, but without a deliberative framework. The informal mode, that is the interaction with citizens outside the deliberative time, but by internal actors. And finally, the external mode, which is the interaction with citizens outside, by actors outside of the framework of the CCC and by external actors. We are going to develop those modes. What is clear is that modes 1, 2, and 3 are very normal and expected in any mini-public. Mode 4, 5, and 6 might be a bit more peculiar. And finally, our analysis of influence does not prejudge intentionality or reception. That is the effectiveness of influence. We don't say that the person influencing is a bad person with ill intention, or that the person being influenced is actually swayed by the persuasion and that it's effective. And we focus deliberately on problematic practices and interaction, because that we can observe actually. And we focus on it's important to say, a significant minority. We don't say that was the majority, but we said it happened, and therefore it should be studied. Our methods are integral direct observation and qualitative in-depth interview.
So, hello everyone. Thank you.
Il vous reste 4 minutes 30. Je dis ça, 2 points d'ordre. Je dis ça parce
you have 4 minutes left. I'm saying this because there are 2 people who, after you, who will have to go, and I want them to be able to speak. So, please.
First, the procedural mode, action by the procedures and rules. So, on this mode, we identified several points that seem to be problematic, but I think the main point of interest for us is the selection of experts, which reveals several issues we observed and that were confirmed with interviews of experts and members of the ruling committee. First, for example, I quote a member of the Governance Committee: "We chose hearings that were not contradictory because we had renounced controversies. We were in hellish condition. We had a month between each seminar, so it was a bit of a rush. We had to find speakers, and those who proposed, we say, well, go ahead." So, end of quote. With the interviews, we also noted that the experts group share very similar visions of public policies that need to be adopted to tackle climate change. Their profiles were oriented towards the public policy aspects of the theme, and what's really interesting is that they tend to anticipate the acceptability of proposals by public opinion and public authorities, therefore leaving little room to more radical measures.
So, in terms of the classical mode, we are confronting in our studies the CCC with the Irish Citizen Assembly, which I worked on as well, directly conducting investigation on this case. And in the Irish case, as in other cases, you have several speakers on a restricted theme that are facing the whole panel of the citizen. And after presenting their evidence, there is a collectively deliberated question, which means that citizens talk to prepare the question in small groups, then they come back to ask the question. Expert at an equal speaking time, and there was room for reaction for one expert to another. An expert could actually disagree with another in this framing. In the CCC, we have not this model all the time, sometimes, but not most of the time actually. And even when you had a panel of different speakers, you have what we call diversity without pluralism, in the sense that, for instance, you have a left-wing union and a representative of corporate interest, but they do not voice their contradiction or their opposition. They present their ideas without saying that they disagree with the other. And there is an inequality of speaker speaking time. For instance, in session 2, one of the speakers is given 50 minutes while another is given 10 minutes. And more importantly, Hulot and Macron were given 2 hours in the plenary without contradiction. There is also an inequality of access to the entire panel and to the visibility of the general public, which is something that is sometimes forgot. We focus on the mini public, but there is the big public that needs to follow the debate as well. Some speakers were giving access to the plenary, 150 people, others to 30 people in the working groups, and others to speed dating, which is 10 citizens or less. We're not going to talk about the discursive mode that is among the citizen. The question that would need to be addressed here is where the citizen using arguments mainly, and where they're responding to arguments with other arguments, and that's the deliberative quality index, but we're going to skip that.
So yeah, the semi-formal mode now, it's interaction within deliberative time, but without a framework time object. And here the main problematic point is the ability to access the randomly selected participants throughout the process by governance committee members and the support groups. It was actually made easier by the absence of facilitators per table. So on one hand, from the governance committee members, we saw, for example, in session 4, during a second of deepening of the measures by the different groups, we could observe the arrival of Laurence Tubiana in the group food. During the review of the measures on PowerPoint, Ms. Tubiana took the mic and did not refrain from giving her opinion on the proposals and pointed out the shortcomings that she observed. So I quote, "You don't talk about meat consumption. You are aware that this is a huge issue. It is a social choice. We have to say in our communication, meat is a problem." I end the quote here, but it goes on. And on the other hand, the support groups also had this kind of accesses. And one example is after a full day of work, the citizens are asked to go back to working groups to depend their proposal during the evening. One of the experts arrives at this point and participates with the facilitators in the writing of the measures, interrupting the citizens and telling them what to write down. So you can go ahead for the next point.
Okay, so and the almost last point is the discussion that we're happening.
Les 10 minutes sont passées, hein?
Okay, we're going to conclude 2 slides. The interaction that were happening at break, lunch, and aperitif, so outside the formal deliberative time. We're not going to give you the quotes, but there were moments where actors were actually using those time to tell citizens, literally, you should do this or you should do that, which is an injunctive mode of speech. The limitation here is that we can only know and talk about what we observed, but we could not observe everything. And the interviews are revealing actually another aspect we didn't consider, which is phone call and messages. And one citizen, for instance, said that he was pressured over the phone to withdraw his proposition. And the last mode.
I think we can skip this one and go to conclusion, actually.
Okay, the last mode, maybe in one word, is external actor, for instance, lobbyists contacting citizens to tell them that they should do this or that.
So to conclude, was it a biased process? It is certainly a feeling shared by some members of the governance committee, particularly tech members. It is also particularly apparent in the interviews conducted with the expert group. We identified a great homogeneity in their political positioning and the presence of link of acquaintance between the experts themselves and between experts and the governance committee. Much of those links pre-existed the convention. It's also very interesting to hear experts that told us that legal and technical discussion tending to lessen the political dimension, and that they never disagree with each other, with other experts. The idea is not to point out all these modes of interaction as illegitimate, but to question how to frame them. And the time constraints, the conflict within the governance committee, the need for result, the external pressure played on the defect of the device. It is therefore not a question of pointing out the work of the citizens and the convention itself as illegitimate, but deliberative assembly are supposed to represent what the public would be thinking after a pluralist deliberation with contradictory experts and stakeholders. It was not the case here, and citizens were presenting quite a narrow scope of public policies. And the process allowed various kinds of interaction that were not controlled or thought about.
Je suis obligé de vous arrêter.
Final phrase. We have tried to design an analytical framework for interaction within and outside the CCC, while basing our reflection on
Désolé, je suis obligé de vous arrêter.
I'm very sorry, I have to stop you.
So it's a work in progress and we hope we can improve it with your feedback. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup à tous les deux encore. Pardon.
Thank you very much to the both of you. Sorry for cutting you short like this, cutting you off. But if there are other things that you want to develop, we will have quite a long debate in the second part of the afternoon, and you can obviously step in when you want. So I'm going to turn to William O'Connell. If you could, you were a convention member, if you could, again, stay within the 5 or 6 minute limit, that would be quite useful so that we may hear everyone. I should be able to do that, says William.
I would like to say I'm an architect and urban planner. I'm also a PhD student, so for me it's very interesting to assist to this colloque. But I'm here to speak as a member of La Convention Citoyenne, and I will pursue my speech in French. Je vous remercie beaucoup.
Thank you very much for this invitation, and also I've had the opportunity to assess some elements of some papers. I mean, I was part of the housing group, so I was very pleased to see how our work was perceived, how work in that group was perceived, and the feedback that came after our work.
D'où peuvent venir ces mesures?
I think it's interesting to wonder where those measures can come from, you know. And Mrs. Guillemot and Mr. Giraudet said that housing is obviously a major factor and a major leverage, if you will. And we realized that quite quickly in the group. Housing policies, housing measures are very, likely to reduce greenhouse gases emissions. And so we had quite a clear vision from the get-go. Obviously, we were treated to expert presentations, thermal renovation, urban spread.
Le fait de se confronter ensemble, se retrouver face à ce sujet. Et donc,
we were given the possibility during the convention to have other experts come to us and, depending on what we wanted, to go a bit further. Also, I think there's something that is not, that you do not address in your papers. I'm talking to the previous speakers here, but it's the question of personal contribution. I mean, it might seem like the 150 convention members came in as sort of empty vessels, but that's not the case. We all came in with our contributions and thoughts, and obviously at the beginning the idea was to have the man on the street think about these questions, but obviously as far as I'm concerned, well, this is my field of work and of specialization, I would say, so I could not speak, So I found myself in situations where people turned to me because I had sort of an obvious expertise on this. But I also wanted to not take over, if you will, and I wanted to enable others to sort of walk that process, walk that road that I had walked myself during my studies. So very often I found myself thinking, if there had been 150 of us, different people, would we have come up with different measures? I mean, if I had been in another group, the food group or, transportation, would we have come up with other measures? I think from a macro level, the orientations that we were given in terms of fighting global warming, I think we had to land on these measures, It was cut up into sub-conventions, basically, 5 subgroups, and I think It was obviously to cover the various aspects of daily life. And as was said before, our group on housing quite radically from the start went for thermal renovation and the artificialization of land, you know. So we remain, I guess, very pragmatic. I heard from other groups where it was a lot more confused, and they went into sort of all directions. And we thought, you know, we have a major leverage here that we can pull, and so let's use it. So, you know, there are plenty of very interesting things. For instance, the artificialization almost did not make it. Artificialization, or the fight against the artificialization of land almost did not make it. So from a personal standpoint, I was disappointed to see that it could be the case. But together we realized that it is a complex field, and that as you know, together we needed to become more competent, more knowledgeable about this. And I'm very glad and I'm proud to say that the other people in the housing group who are, you know, teachers or engineers, or, you know, they are knowledgeable enough now to have something to say about this, something that matters, you know. Go ahead. 2 minutes, okay. I think the question of influence is a very difficult one to pin down. I mean, as I said, we all came in with our luggage, I would say. You know, we all come in with our sensibility. We all agree, well, what we have in common is that we all agreed to be part of the convention. I think those who said no, who turned down the proposal, it's not necessarily that they were not interested, but they, for instance, could, you know, didn't have the time. So I guess at the beginning of the convention, at the very beginning, in front of us, I mean, or on the table, basically, we had a mandate to reduce by 40% the greenhouse gases emission, but also we had the government basically telling us, well, we failed at some point, so we had the yellow vests, and now we're turning to you. So this is something that weighed quite heavily on our shoulders. And I must say that personally, I'm still looking for how we can reduce by 40% the greenhouse gases emissions, because frankly, I'm not satisfied. Still not. Again, on the question of influence, personally, I don't feel that I was influenced. I know that I did not listen to the outside comments from experts, from lawmakers, from environmentalists who basically said, we've been fighting for this for 20 years and now it's in the hands of nobody, basically. So, but I think they understood that we were taking this very seriously. I guess I'm one of the more exposed. I created a Twitter account for this. I spoke publicly in the media, and I don't think I was ever afraid to do this because I thought it was important to make sure that the convention also had a life outside of the convention itself. So thank you for your attention and for your comments. Thank you, William. Thank you. Let me turn to Christian Raffinari-Rivo, who is an associate professor of political sciences at the Institute for Political Studies of Madagascar, about random processes during a referendum. Yes, just a few seconds so that I can display my presentation. Thank you. There we go. I'm Christiane Rafidi-Narive. As you said, thank you. Thank you for introducing me. Thank you to the organizers. Thank you to Hélène Guillemot and Sophie for welcoming me today. And thank you for your attention, and thank you for being convention members. And so I've been an observer of the convention since the start. The topic of my study, of my research about the convention is the random drawing of convention members, an epistemic success, especially for the overseas territories. 7 overseas citizens were drawn at random and participated in the convention. So what I was interested in terms of research is the question of epistemic injustice, linked to the fact that people were chosen at random and the consequences that it has had, whether on the law making, if you will, or the measure making process during this convention, or in the way the convention members contributed. Again, still talking about overseas nationals. So what's epistemic injustice? Well, it's the lesser ability to express oneself or to be heard due to one's social profile and economic profile. May I remind to our foreign participants that overseas French territories are amongst the poorest in France. And I was interested in showing that the convention, it was an empowerment body, if you will, an empowerment tool, because it empowered these individuals, and specifically the convention members who were on paper, I would say, in an epistemic injustice situation. So I have referred to the work of Hélène Guillemot on what she called l'autocracy, and the random method allows us to obtain a miniature or mirror of society thanks to this mode of choice, of selection. So there is diversity in social profiles, diversity of opinions. So hence the whole, point of this mode of selection, random selection. Regarding overseas members, a weighing of the selection was made so that epistemic injustice be corrected as much as it could. Why? Because what I described earlier on could become a bias for the selection of members. And so it could create blind spots in the proposals that could be made. So I'm not going to talk about the technical dimension of this weighing process, of the panelization, but what is interesting at this point is to try and understand that these overseas nationals were recruited amongst a sample of young individuals who already lived in mainland France and who could therefore attend the convention sessions without having to take the plane, basically. So beyond this, what I was interested in is to understand what, the overseas territories are the poorest amongst the poorest in France, as I've said, but this is
60% of the young people in the French overseas territories are unemployed. These territories have the lowest national media coverage, where from a climate standpoint, this is where we have the majority of the French biodiversity, 87%. So what interested me most was this conjunction of things to be observed. And thus there was another question once I decided to work in this sector. I mean, here, all this was within the framework of a dual crisis, epistemic justice. And this epistemic crisis led to a mutual deconsideration between citizens and leaders, and it made a political speech inaudible, really. And this was the case in the Reunion Island, leading to a vivid crisis, vivid tensions, really. What was said was very harsh, and the social situation in the streets was very, very difficult. So beyond all this, and if we compare with the mainland France, that was end 2018 till mid-June 2019, well, for France, it was earlier. It stopped earlier in the Reunion Island. And I would say that there was a kind of a risk, of a hazard, of an institutional big bug, really. So the solution to get out of the crisis was to set up a micro public spaces. But the common point, and this is what Ellen Landemore is showing, was a fluidification of the dialogue between leaders and citizens. And it is within this process that interactions with epistemic justice installed themselves or were set up in a lawmaking process. The position of citizens and in the overseas territories was built in a lawmaking process regarding a dialogue, which is not something new, because you know there are 350 consultative organs or bodies in France for such participatory democracy. But what is interesting and new is that it took place in a lawmaking process. This dialogue, deliberation, nothing new here, but there was also a co-decision approach. The French president in 2020 recalled to the citizens this law that is bearing your name. What is coming out of this lawmaking process, there were direct administrative decisions, but also this law that is being studied and passed at Parliament. And I quote Emmanuel Macron when talking to citizens, he said, "This law bearing your name," because indeed the citizens are quoted at the beginning of the law. So it's a kind of an authorial authority of the legislator. And of course, there is this issue of representativity and of lawmaking process in which we mobilized institutionally all the citizens. The credibilization process of these citizens as knowledge producer and as lawmaking, and this could be considered as a differentiation when compared to other deliberative democracy or participatory process that was existing in France. And this credibilization process of the citizens, as described by others already in 1903 or in 2020 or Landemore more recently. So this credibilization process of the citizens, as Magali said, whom I quoted earlier on, it is a credibility for political decision-making. So this credibility of the citizens goes through sectorial working groups that were used as a framing process and a way of channeling and collecting the proposals within the framework of a deliberative impetus and of co-decisions among citizens. So this is really important, this issue of co-decision among citizens. It shows that it is a political public space. And that's first among citizens, the broadest social meaning of the term, but also political because, more specifically, it is a well, the CCC becomes a political public space where dialogue can be made in a more fluid way between citizens and leaders. They talked with the French president, they talked with the prime minister, ministers, and so on. So people from the French administration, that's for the executive, but they also talked with a member of parliament, experts, scientific intermediation, and so on. So all stakeholders were present, and lobbies as well. And they all had a dialogue, discussions, and all are trying to convince one another to reach a set of proposals that we now have, since they have been passed. So this credibilization of knowledge and of lawmaking, well, they managed, and I'm saying it, research are ongoing, but I think that, and given what I am, the citizens managed to avoid for the overseas French territories citizens to be the epitome of the poor people, of diversity. They managed to avoid that, and this is mentioned in all interviews. They discovered territories racism individually and as a group. The consequence of all this, and they mentioned that institutionally, but this being said, the paradox and the epistemic paradox that I mentioned in my research goes further. So it is another research possibility that is opening up. I mean, here, the huge development of knowledge, because when we look at this referendum proposal as for constitution revisions, what we can see is that the proposal is to guarantee the preservation of the climate. Thank you, Christine. But we realize that this biodiversity, or this diversity, and this is my conclusion, is 90% for overseas French territories, and 87% of biodiversity is in the overseas French territories. As for now, it may develop differently, but it should have a reflection on that, thanks to the French Convention for Climate. And another task was to put these territories into perspectives with over-exploitations of resources. And this clearly shows the production methods. So I would like to put into perspective the institutional design coming from all this research of what I observed, the question of this so-called association process with the government, the Bill of Law, the MEPs, and the lawmaking process is questioning the institutional practices and raises questions around institutional convening and questions around different forms of cooperation. And for France, and this is really the end of my presentation, I'd like to quote the verbatims of but for later on, but very final sentence, just to remind you, and this could be of interest for those people who are not working for France or French, the national institutional design for citizens' participation and for all its interactions with other institutions, notably those coming from the crisis of the Yellow Vest. Then there was the creation of the Citizens' Convention for Climate, and at the same time, if I may say so, because at the highest of the government, there was also the creation of the Environmental Defense Council, and I can talk about that more if it is of interest. And I want to thank all those people who accepted to be interviewed to shed some light on this epistemic justice. Now we have to stop, says the facilitator. Thank you very much, Christiane, for what you said. It was very interesting, and it was an element, indeed, that impacted the way the convention worked for a very simple reasons. There's not much consultation where the overseas French territory citizens are onboarded, really. So it was really key to have your opinion on that. I want to give the floor right now to Eric Buge. Well, he's not a researcher as such, but is an informed observer. He's working at the French National Assembly, is a civil servant of the French National Assembly, is working for the Conseil d'État and working for the state, for the parliament, and he wants to know if the citizens of the CCC worked as legislators. Thank you very much for setting up this conference. Thank you very much for your invitation as well. I want to specify two things before I make my presentation. First, I'll be speaking in English, express request of Hélène Guillemot. So if you don't understand English, or you have to complain to Hélène Guillemot, and my presentation lasts 11 minutes and 30 minutes. So I would like you to bear with me.
To English. First, I have to make a point that today I am not speaking on an official capacity. And all the views that I will express are my personal views, whereas I am a civil servant of the French National Assembly. So the topic that I will try to deal with is the following one. Did the members of the Citizens' Climate Convention work as legislators? And you may ask, you may wonder, what the point of comparing the Citizen Convention on one part and the National Assembly on the other hand. You have two pictures on the left side of your screen, and maybe you can recognize the National Assembly and the Citizen Convention, but at first glance, it's not easy to differentiate them. More seriously, I think that there are 2 points of comparing. The first one is the presidential commitment from Emmanuel Macron at the beginning of the convention. I quote, "What emerges from this convention, I promise, will be submitted without filter, either to a vote in Parliament or to a referendum or to direct regulatory application." So that was one of the main specificities of the French Convention, among other citizens' assemblies, that the convention was supposed to prepare a bill and not only to issue proposals. Another point for the comparison is linked with some theoretical considerations. Because both parliamentary assemblies and citizen assemblies are supposed to be deliberative institutions, so it may make sense to compare their functioning. And of course, in the perspective of the inclusion of mini-publics in the lawmaking process, it may make sense to compare the actual lawmaking process with the functioning of citizen assemblies. So what will I compare the CCC with? I will compare the CCC with a temporary committee of the National Assembly, which was called the Information Committee on the Obstacles to the Energetic Transition, who worked between 2018 and 2019, composed of nearly 30 members, 30 MPs, representatives from all the political groups of the National Assembly, and more generally, I will also compare the CCC with the internal rules of the National Assembly. A few words on my sources and my method. I was a direct observer of the convention, and I have inside knowledge of the functioning of the National Assembly as one of its civil servants. Today, I will focus on the working methods of both the National Assembly and the Climate Citizen Convention. One main limitation of my presentation is that I will not consider here the improvements to the functioning of the Parliament that would be inspired by the CCC. I will only focus on citizen assemblies. So 3 points. First point about the global design of both the National Assembly and the Citizens' Climate Convention. I will insist only on 1 point that you can find on the first line of the table about the division of labor, because this is a sharp discrepancy between the National Assembly Committee and the Citizen Climate Convention. On the side of the National Assembly, there was only one unique committee, and every MPs of the committee were able to assist to every hearing, whereas on the side of the Citizens Climate Convention, there were 5 parallel working groups, each citizen being member of only one of the working groups. So to go more in depth in the comparison, we can spend a few moments on the distribution of responsibilities in both the National Assembly and the Citizens Climate Convention. There is, to begin with, a similarity that you find on the first line about who was able to take part in the votes. Only members were allowed to take part in the votes, MPs, of course, in the National Assembly, and citizens in the Citizens' Climate Convention. But everything else was quite different. For example, who facilitated the meetings? It was an MP on the side of the National Assembly, the chair of the committee, and there wasn't any presidency in the Citizens' Climate Convention, only professional animators. And if you look at the 3 following lines, you can see the main differences between the National Assembly and the Citizens' Climate Convention. For the answer to the question, who choose the experts, who choose the rules, and who deliberates. On the side of the National Assembly, it's only MPs that are able to make those choices. For example, for the choice of the interviewed experts, that the chair of the committee and the rapporteur who were in charge of choosing the experts, with only a capacity of suggestion by the secretariat, so the civil servants. It's the same for the choice of the rules. The rules for the functioning of the National Assembly are decided by MPs, and that's MPs who deliberate. And that was quite different on the side of the Citizens' Climate Convention, because a lot of these tasks were attributed to the Governance Committee and not to the citizens. Of course, the citizens were able from time to time to make suggestions or even to oppose to some of the choices of the Governance Committee. But mainly it was the task of the Governance Committee to decide about the experts interviewed or about the rules. One last point on this slide is that on the side of the Citizen Climate Convention, the deliberation was organized not only between citizens, but also included, as Dimitri and Simon have just shown, this deliberation included also members of the support group and from time to time members of the Governance Committee. So I now come to my conclusion. I would like to highlight 3 issues and lessons, 3 points. My first point is about the confusion of roles. Roles are really separated in the National Assembly between MPs, civil servants, and the interviewed experts. And it's not possible in the National Assembly to endorse multiple roles at the same time. You have to decide either to be an expert, a civil servant, or an MP. Whereas on the side of the Citizen Convention, it was possible to endorse multiple roles at the same time. For example, some of the governance committee members were also interviewed as experts. And I see there a risk of conflicts of interest, and that's my first point. Second point is about the identification of decision-making actors and moments. There wasn't barely any vote during the World Convention, except at the very end. And the convention acted more or less like a hybrid deliberating group, composed not only of citizens, but also of experts, especially experts from the support group. And it wasn't always easy to determine if a proposal was initially proposed by a citizen or by an expert, because those decision-making moments weren't clarified. And I see a risk of capture of the convention by experts if those decision-making actors and moments are not clearly identified. Third and last point will deal with the hierarchy of function. There is a very clear hierarchy in the National Assembly, because MPs are the only one who decide, while civil servants have only a capacity to propose. But in the CCC, there was something like a reversed hierarchy, as Jean-Michel Fourniau has just shown. And that's also a risk, according to me, for the perceived legitimacy of the convention, which rests mainly on drawing citizen by lot and not on appointing members of the governance committee. So that's three issues, to my mind, that need to be addressed to avoid criticism before a possible institutionalization of the convention. And I think that's three areas where parliamentary assemblies are performing quite well and maybe a source of inspiration. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Eric.
Thank you very much, Eric. You're very sharp and respected time, really. 11 minutes and a few seconds. Thank you very much for this very interesting comparison. It shed a lot of light, and we can see that the working methods were totally different. It should inspire us for continuing reflections, as our citizen legislator may no doubt open up new perspectives for parliamentary work outside its very existence. What I would like to do now would be to kind of reverse, or to give the floor right away to Tristan, if he's still here. Tristan, if you're still here, you have the floor for a few minutes, and then Guy, I will give you the floor after Leo and Helen, so that we can hear them. Leo has to be strict on time, and we want to hear him. So Tristan, are you still with us? Yes, yes, can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you. And we want to listen to you. Sorry, I have a time constraints. I'm a bit hurried with time, so I want to react on epistemic justice or injustice. I will try to respect the time allocated. I am Tristan. I'm a student. I'm also one of the citizens, member of the convention. And as we don't have much time, I'll go into the nitty-gritty of the topic. We are going to talk about epistemic justice. First, to define this phrase, I would say that it is the capacity of an individual to produce value. Roughly speaking, it means that is drawing by lots, creating epistemic justice. Well, behind this question, we are asking the question of if by drawing citizens by lot throughout France, will they be able to produce something that can be accepted and
I'm sorry to
as a
interrupt,
law.
Tristan, we can't see your face. Am I the only one with this problem?
On ne te voit pas, Christian.
Tristan, your face, please. Can you?
Alors, c'est bizarre parce que ma caméra est allumée.
That's strange because my camera is on. Yeah, but could you lower your camera because we just see your forehead.
Merci.
Yeah, we can see you better. I can't see anything, so thinking that everything was normal. You may continue. Don't move.
Ok, d'accord. Donc, on parlait de la justice.
So we're talking about epistemic justice. And the question is, if by drawing people randomly, will they be able to together build up a legislation, get on together, work together? These are questions that are legitimate ones. So by asking these questions, we are in a way questioning our own very capacities as citizens drawn randomly. And we gave an answer to these questions when we closed the last sessions, when we submitted our final report to the government. We answered this question with a big yes. So we clearly proved and demonstrated that drawing by lots can do epistemic justice, which is not always the case. But for this very situation, given the context and given the citizens that were drawn by lots, it created an epistemic justice, but it is not the case each time. So there is another aspect to this question, which is if among all these citizens, we have citizens from overseas French territories, so there were two cases in this question. There's a general framework for all citizens, and there was a specific framework for the French overseas people. So as for them, well, the framework is the same. As for any other citizen, they do have capacities. If we have the basic and joint type of information, we can produce a correct work. So that's it. And to conclude, I would say, yes, it is possible. If we have enough knowledge, we can be a citizen and legislation, and it is also the case for overseas French territories citizens. I hope I respected the time allocated to me. I've not eaten up too much time from Guy. No, that's very, very good. Thank you very much, Tristan. You can now go to your other occupations, key occupations. I think it is a key day or key activity that you are having now. So thank you very much for staying longer than planned. I hope you're not going to have any difficulties. So see you very soon. With the permission of Guy, I will give the floor to first Léo Cohen and then Hélène Guillemot for their two presentations, and then to Guy, who was to talk afterwards, and who is going to make a more general intervention about the various papers we have just heard or that we are about to hear. So I'll right away give the floor to Léo Cohen, who was a member of the Governance Committee of the Citizens Convention for Climate. He is an independent consultant now, but before the convention was the special advisor of the Minister for Environmental Transition, Mr. de Rugy, and he had a non-negligible role to play for the emergence of this convention before it was announced by the French president on the 25th of April 2015. Léo, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Gilles Laurent, and thanks for reminding that I'm some sort of an intruder here. I'm not a researcher as such. I was advisor of the minister. I was in charge of preparing this convention, and then I left the government to become a member of the CCC ruling committee. And this is what I'm going to talk about this afternoon. Obviously, I have only 10 minutes, so I will try and do my best. Keep an eye on the clock. Just François de Rugy and not Christian de Rugy. That is actually the name of the minister. But anyway, just let's talk about the context of the creation of this CCC. People reacted in a very skeptical way. Political parties, for example, said it was a gadget, it was useless. MPs said it would create a necessary mandate, and even unions or NGOs insisted on the fact that it was a wrong process. The objective would be to postpone decisions and so on. This hostility was, according to me, a problem of opposition between the actors of representative democracy and the actors of deliberative democracy, as if democracy was a cake divided into three parts: the elected people, the intermediary bodies, and citizens. And if you give the floor to citizens, the other parties feel, rejected. So I think it's the contrary. CCC would promote participative democracy. This type of democracy, this type of tool is complementary. It can really enhance representative democracy. I think that the way the democracy operates today is in danger, and those tools can be very efficient to go over the obstacle of the crisis. It could be, we could use those tools to renovate democracy. So I'll talk about the genesis of the convention, its works and its consequences or impacts. First element, I think that this type of mechanisms counterbalance the failures of representative democracy. I'm not going to talk about abstention in France, just a few numbers. In 2017, second round of the presidential elections, 25% abstention. In 2017, again, legislative elections, 50% abstention rate. A record was broken. So for the first time ever in France, the majority at parliament was elected by a minority of the people. And some categories of people did not participate to the vote, like young people, 18-24, they just didn't vote. 75% of them didn't vote. So universal democracy here is just a word. So we have to invent a complementary representation, elective representation on the one hand, and descriptive or figurative representation on the other end. You have this random selection of a sort of France, of French citizens. Second element, you have to reinforce the legitimacy of public decisions. Remember the context of the convention, the crisis of the yellow vests. The president was elected. He did what he said he would do in his own style, but he actually walked the talk. He said that he would have a carbon tax, but 18 months after the beginning of his mandate, there was an unexpected and dense demonstrations. 95% of the citizens were in favor of the yellow vests. So you said that you would do a certain number of things, you want to do a certain number of things, but your decisions are not accepted. So we have to take into account our democratic culture, our grammar. I'm thinking about Dominique Rousseau here, who did something very interesting. He explains that in France, we have one major electoral moment once every 5 years. And the way we vote is such that once the electors have voted, it's as if they delegate their power, and so they just have to stop and shut up, basically. So citizens no longer participate to the major choices of this country, and we should be able to find a way to increase the participation of those citizens to the life of the country. Third element, participate to what I call iterative dynamic of acceptance. Citizens have mentioned it several times. They've gone a long way. And how this development of a way of thinking can be transferred to 60 million people. There are elements we were able to observe which are interesting. You talk to the media, for example, and people understand what those citizens are actually working on. And if I believe what was said about the polls and the surveys, people felt close to citizens and to the CCC, but unfortunately we can measure the role of the referendum, what could have been done with the referendum. It might have been interesting I think that if we had had a referendum, a strong communication could have existed between those 150 citizens and the rest of the people. And it's an interesting tool. Second thing I'd like to share with you, this complementarity between deliberative democracy and representative democracy is also obvious in the method, in the way citizens worked in this convention. What observers could see is that in this CCC, you had, the people would deliberate again. They would listen to one another. They would share their viewpoints, different viewpoints. When they were in subgroups, they would debrief information they had received before. They were trying to find a balance, a compromise. This exercise was, in a way, a deliberation exercise, and there is a major contrast. And maybe Hélène will say something different, but there is a contrast between what we observe at Parliament, in the assemblies of parliamentary assemblies, in plenary sessions, from a political viewpoint, from a procedure viewpoint. They favor the antagonization, the polarization of the discussion, whereas, and what CCC did is interesting. Another specificity of the CCC, the way they drafted their proposals, that they filtered them through the reality of their social life. What about the impact of their proposals in their personal life? There was such a diversity in the assembly that it was a way of making sure that no constraint was forgotten, that some people were not forgotten. So this would reinforce the acceptability of the measures. And it's also a way of recognizing the normative value of of what citizens say and suggest. We are going to take into account what you're saying because it's justified. From a methodology viewpoint, it was probably new in this country, and this is interesting. In other words, in the organic design of the convention, in its methodology, this complementarity between deliberative and representative democracy exists. And it was made more obvious when we addressed the political issues. Let me give you three examples. The definition of the legal framework of this exercise. The CCC was an innovation, an experiment, so there was no legal framework. And it was based on the words of the President of the Republic that had made a commitment to actually walk the talk of the CCC. And the third session was the answer to the answer. In fact, the President of the Republic didn't do what he said he would do, and the credibility of the exercise was then put at stake. Now we have to define the rules of the game in a much better way. According to me, we should legally define, even in the Constitution, the number of conventions of CCCs we could organize. We should also define the framework of the political output or impact. The rules that are used by the government should be implemented here. Parliament should spend time on the CCCs and on their work. This is something that would help us modify the balance of power in our fundamental law. Second, the connection between the time given to citizens and the time given to politicians. Citizens at first were not supposed to be part of the drafting of the bill. And in fact, according to what they said, there was a coalition of stakeholders, ministers, local representatives, unions, NGOs, they were all against the proposals. And they were used to negotiations with the government, which was not the case for the citizens. So they had the feeling that they were on their own, you know. And the result is that instead of making this transmission of data from citizens to politicians, instead of making this easier, it made it more difficult. And it would be interesting to think about CCCs with a majority of citizens, but some politicians as well, some MPs, for example. So they could become ambassadors. They would have participated to the discussion, but they would also be able to represent them. What happened in Ireland, is quite representative of this situation. The fears that people had about this mixity were in fact proved wrong. They didn't exist. In the end, there was no problem. And one last thing. We had a long discussion on no filter, and the fact that there should be no filter. To justify the modification of the proposals made by citizens, the politician says, well, what about balance of power? What about the constitutional prerogative of parliament? Well, this type of of transmission without any filter does exist in our parliament. When, for example, unions can negotiate with one another interprofessional national agreements, when very often the government will ask the parliament to adopt the result of this agreement without changing a word of it. So parliament can accept to do it when government is asking it to do it. Parliament will also accept this from unions, but obviously this argument is a major obstacle when they would have to adopt proposals made by a CCC. And this is asking, is a problem from a cultural viewpoint, I think. There is also complementarity of representation, legitimacy, temporality, methodology between representative democracy and participative democracy, iterative democracy. And let me add something important. Yesterday, I heard Benoit, a citizen. Benoit said, well, before this, I had stopped voting 30 years ago. Now I became part of a system, of a process, and I understood that collective choice also meant that I should start voting again. This is quite representative of the final objective of this convention, of this symposium. During the convention, citizens became legislators, and the legislator became, again, in a way, a sort of observer, a citizen that could observe things. Then there was a sharing of constraint. There was mutual understanding. You create empathy. And this is probably at the origin of reconciliation in this country.
Merci.
And this tool can help us move in the right direction anyway. Thank you very much, Léo. Thanks for telling us again about this, the proposals that unions make to parliaments, and they're not discussed by parliaments. It shows that one of the main questions what we're talking about here is a question of trust. It's trust. MPs resent the fact that they are not trusted by population anymore. But the question should be, do they themselves trust citizens? And I'm not so sure. And it shows, obviously, what's happening shows that this level of trust from top down is not good enough. Citizens should be considered as legislators. Why not? One last presentation from a researcher this afternoon, Hélène Landemort. Hélène is a professor professor of political science at Yale University. Sorry, I don't speak English, but I wanted to insist on your title. You recently became full professor. Until recently, you were associate professor, but now you're full professor. So congratulations, Hélène, but nevertheless, you have 10 minutes and that's it.
I know. I'll try to be exemplary. So can citizens make the law? I argue that the French Convention demonstrates that citizens are indeed capable of making the law. So I take for granted the premise that citizen lawmaking is something desirable. Proposals for one form or another of institutionalized citizen legislature have been defended elsewhere by people like Terrell Borisius, Brett Hennig, John Gastel, and Eric Olin Wright, Alex Guerrero, Arash Abizadeh, David van Reybrouck in Belgium, Dominique Bourg in France, and myself, among others. So how can I say that the French Convention demonstrated that ordinary citizens can make the law? First, notice that I'm not saying that the 150 made the law. They didn't make the law in the legal, technical sense for the simple reason that the French Constitution does not allow it. Only Parliament can. But they came as close to it as legally possible. And to me, that's proof enough that they could be entrusted to do it under a different set of legal rules. Under, in other words, a different or an amended constitution. Further, they almost made the law on a very difficult technical issue, offering solutions to a problem that the government had so far failed to solve. If ordinary citizens can do that on climate justice, I don't see any reason to doubt that they can do it on any issue, including, say, healthcare reform or immigration. So the question is not, did they make the law in this particular case, in the narrow technical sense, but are they capable of making it? Did they make it in a more sort of broader sense? The government itself only partly believed it, since the Prime Minister mission statement tasked them to co-construct the legislative proposals with experts. So the government assumed citizens could not do it by themselves. Many critics, in fact, to this day share that view. They assume that the experts did most, if not all, the work in what should then be characterized as a hybrid expert-citizen lawmaking exercise of sort. That's not what happened. Marine Fleury and Sébastien Trailleur yesterday, two of the experts of the convention, already hinted that to their minds, were not co-authors of the proposals, but mere support staff. I think they're correct. And I think overall we should credit the convention proposals, spirit and letter, to the citizens alone. There's one qualifier to this statement, I should say, which has to do with the place of the and the role of the governance committee and the organizers. I'll get to this later. Let me illustrate why citizens were not captured or manipulated by experts, and in fact, were not even co-constructing the law with them, but truly doing their own thing with experts' help. Despite their number and the fact that the mission letter recommended co-construction, the relationship between citizens and experts was designed by the governance committee and the organizers and understood by the 150 citizens as one clearly subordinated expert advice and knowledge to the ends defined by citizens. This inversion of the traditional relationship between amateurs and experts, putting experts on tap, not on top, as the phrase goes, has been explicitly acknowledged by some of the experts. Marine Fleury yesterday described her role as a member of the legal team as one of, I quote, working next to and for the citizens, as opposed to with them. Still, didn't experts manipulate citizens into endorsing their recommendations when citizens blindsided by their knowledge and credentials? According to my observations and that of other French researchers, citizens were not manipulated for several reasons. First, whenever citizens followed experts, there seemed to be objective reasons for them to do so. Louis-Gaëtan Giraudet and Hélène Guillemot have shown that in the citizens, in the working group housing, the citizens quickly rallied to an idea presented by experts in the first two sessions, namely that of a global renovation law, making it mandatory for citizens to make their homes energy efficient by a certain date. Yet in this case, as in many, citizens seem to have been compelled by what Habermas calls the forceless force of the better argument, rather than, say, the charisma or rhetoric of an expert. It is, after all, the case that global renovation is one of the most important levers of public policy to fight greenhouse gas emissions. Sometimes, even as citizens seem to follow experts, the idea had already been present in the convention, and the endorsement by an expert simply amplified the echo of that pre-existing idea and made it easier for the whole convention to embrace it. The example here is the crime of ecocide that citizens proposed to entrench in the Constitution. From the outside, it may appear as if the citizens took this idea wholesale from Nicolas Hulot, a former Minister of Ecology who broached the topic during his visit to the convention. But upon closer inspection, and I have to thank one of the citizens, Guy Kulitsa, for his help figuring this out, Hulot only brought up the ecocide topic because of a question from him. That citizen had already discussed the idea with his thematic group prior to Hulot's visit. Third, citizens were perfectly capable of rebelling against expert advice that didn't seem sage or was perceived as manipulative. This suggests that when citizens followed experts, it wasn't out of sheer inertia, apathy, or deference. The emblematic case in this respect was the position of the convention on the principle of a carbon tax, which was rejected despite unanimous consensus of the experts and even the endorsement of the much admired Nicolas Hulot. Fourth, there was a general and more subtle resistance to expert control that manifested in several ways. First, the reopening of questions closed by experts and the constant questioning of experts' framework. Remember very vividly how citizens reacted to Claire Titonui's injunction to be mindful of the fiscal constraints on their proposals. They basically told her that this was not her place to tell them what to do. And they
Hélène, est-ce que tu peux, Hélène, excuse-moi,
yes?
est-ce que tu peux parler un tout petit peu moins vite?
Ah oui,
parce
pardon.
que la traduction n'arrive plus à te suivre là.
I'm so sorry, but you're reading so fast. Like I don't have the text, so I'm doing my best, but it's a bit complicated. Thank you.
This is my,
I know you don't have much time, but
my attempts to squeeze in the. Okay, so the second way in which citizens try to resist expert control is through the rejection of any normative positioning by experts, an assertion of sovereignty over the text, making sure that in the final text only entered what they had validated. And to me, all these expressions of independence are indicative of a group of citizens who saw themselves as the main bearers of sovereignty and who did not let the experts take over. Finally, the citizens expressed their independence in the way they increasingly challenged the governance of the Assembly over the course of the whole year. First, they started to ask about the possibility to invite experts of their own choosing. During session 6 bis, they pushed back against the Governance Committee's seeming attempt to manipulate them into publishing earlier than planned proposals that hadn't already been voted on. A rebellion by some citizens against the role played by the squad, previously mentioned. It was a group of citizens created by the Governance Committee to work on transversal issues, forced the Governance Committee to dissolve this group and to even apologize, I believe, for their mistakes. So to me, this bears testimony to the capacity of citizens to keep the upper hand and to maintain the experts in a position of advisors and supporting staff. They are to be credited, I believe, for the 149 proposals, not the experts. So all that being said, there are nonetheless aspects of the convention design that took away control from the citizens. The main one is the power of the Governance Committee and that of the organizers in shaping the agenda and procedures of the convention. I know Thierry Pech yesterday drew a distinction between governance and government, but quite frankly, this is a distinction without a difference here. What matters is whether citizens have institutionalized control over the choice of procedures that shape their deliberations, the way a parliament does. It's not accurate to say that the French Convention had that control. So now, what can we conclude from this experiment in terms of the conditions for effective lawmaking, for a future House of the people, if you will? Such conditions include, among others, strong organizational capacity, which means, as Jenny Mansbridge reminded us yesterday, a lot of money and other resources, a good and adaptive institutional design, and a proper calibration of the role of experts in support of the work of citizens. Finally, citizen legislators would require figuring out an institutional design that gives them full autonomy, and in particular, a set of procedures that frees them from the tutelage of any independently appointed governance committee or organization ruling it from the outside. I completely agree with Jean-Michel Fourniau here. I think we can look back to the precedent of the Council of 500 in ancient Greece. If 500 ordinary citizens back then could rule themselves without the support of an external governing committee, surely we can do it in the 21st century, especially with all the technology we have at tips. So it's very important, I believe, in the future for citizens' assemblies to learn how to rule themselves under, of course, the constraint of a constitution that legalizes their existence. Thank you very much, and I apologize to the translator for the speed.
Merci beaucoup, Hélène. D'autant que finalement, tu n'as mis pas tout à fait 10 minutes.
Thank you, Hélène. 10 minutes only.
No, it was exactly 10 minutes.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais donner maintenant la parole successivement à...
First, let me give the floor to Guy et Claire.
Pour que vous puissiez réagir.
Sorry, Guy. Claire and Guy, sorry, you will react to these four presentations. I don't know who wants to talk first. Then I will ask Annie et Raxal to make some sort of synthesis in 3 or 4 points. We can then organize the discussion. Guy or Claire, who wants to speak?
Bonjour, je m'appelle Claire, je suis citoyenne.
Good afternoon, my name is Claire. I was in the group about consumption. Let me talk about citizen legislators. I'm not going to be very original here. Léo and Hélène have really expressed what I feel. It was an incredible adventure. I discovered all that Léo and Hélène described.
C'est-à-dire me réintéresser, comme l'a dit peut-être aussi Benoît, à la
They got me interested again in politics, in fact. They got me interested again in what's happening in my country, around me. I am a civil servant. I work in a region, territory, so I did participate to what we call here enquête publique, public inquiries, and I already felt political pressure. And obviously, I think that we should be able to give more of our opinion, and the governing bodies should accept it. But we are citizens. We have no political career to think about. We have nothing to prove. It's not our job. So we have always tried to be as fair as possible. We've always tried to think and talk about others. It's back to citizenship in a way.
Moi, j'avais l'impression, enfin, ça va être un peu une vulgarisation, peut-être ce que je vais vous dire, que nos politiques, on a l'impression que toute décision, on a toujours l'impression que c'est un compromis politique permanent actuellement, et que justement, une démocratie...
It's always a political compromise. A participative democracy can make the difference from that viewpoint. Those who govern us, you know, we got the support of experts because we needed them on climate, for example. Some of us needed them, for example.
On s'est juste fait un avis personnel et puis qu'ensuite qu'on a partagé. C'est socialiser à nouveau les Français de participer à cela.
I think it's a work of socialization, you know, of the French people. The logical follow-up to this should have been, according to me, a referendum.
Ça a porté beaucoup. Enfin voilà, on a vu toute la polémique sur le sans filtre.
I mean, there was this whole controversy about the filter, the no filter, etc. And if we had had a referendum, you know, this wouldn't have been a problem, because again, to me, it was a logical next step. So I guess it was kind of a disappointment. But I guess, you know, citizens, the man on the street is less, is more in touch with the, you know, what's happening in the field, really. Because really they're really the first one to, I guess, have to comply with the you know, public policy, and they'll be subjected to the public policy. So maybe I'm saying things, you know, but much less in a much less articulate manner than Leo would. But we seem to have a bit of a problem, Claire, with your connection. Oh, we're very sorry. Claire will certainly be back in a few moments. Guy, if you agree, I suggest I turn to you now so that you can take the floor. That way, if she comes back in 20 minutes, I can, you know, give a nice segue. Okay. My talk will be in two parts, but what struck me is that the talks by Mr. Buge, by Mrs. Refinarino, and the last one, I thought were complementary, I think. This is why I might actually talk about things that intersect. But, you know, to circle back to what Eric was talking about, there was this comparison between MPs and citizens, you know. I see a fundamental difference, however. You know, convention members could not choose his or her preferred focus. They had to do with what they were given, which is not the case of lawmakers. Obviously, they have to vote the bills that are put to them, but they can also use their original training, if you will, their original background to vote on those bills, on those laws, where actually we were asked basically to come in without any bias. Also, the notion of trust during the convention, the notion of respecting the work and the time invested by others, it was quite a fundamental aspect, which explains the more than 90% scores that were reached during the last session. We also talked about the coordination committee with co-chairs. What I mean to say is that at the very beginning, we felt a relationship of subordination, a relationship of a hierarchy of some sort that took time to really wear off, if it did wear off for everyone. We still had a bit of a feeling of a hierarchy and a commissioning, if you will, or a command, and on the one hand, those who controlled, and on the others, those who executed. So this is something that I felt quite keenly. Also, I wanted to talk about the so-called logistic transcriptions, so the transcription into law. I have the feeling that it did not reflect our initial intentions or final intentions. It was basically a reflection of the idea that experts, legal experts, lawmaking experts had of our work and of our philosophy, because we were not involved in the drafting of the bills. So that group created, the sort of transcription group created rifts, if you will, because the outcome did not respect or reflect what we had produced. Because at the very beginning, we were told you would not be voting on what the bill looks like. So we couldn't even read it and we couldn't even vote on it. So I think at the very beginning, we were not even supposed to be involved post-convention. So it was, purely lawmaker work or legal work, So our work was work of citizens, of convention members, not of experts. But obviously we agreed on the fact that we were not here to produce expert work. But however, it is that transcription into a bill that was sent along with our report to the government. These transcriptions, as they're called, that came with them, which for some of them at least seem to call into question our work, or at least be a word of warning, a caveat for the government. I have a couple of examples in mind. First of all, publicity on or advertisement on products that are not healthy, food products that are not healthy. In the comments, there was this mention that it could be unconstitutional, but it was not up to them, up to that group to say, to give their opinion. It's up to lawmakers to do that, to see whether they would shoulder the responsibility of passing a bill that may or may not have been modified by the Constitutional Council. But already in the report, it was mentioned. So another example that might have some of the convention members smiling, but to me, the most characteristic of manipulation in these transcriptions is the so-called crime of ecocide. In our report, nowhere do we talk about the offense of ecocide. We mentioned once an offense of imprudence. But in the transcription, it says ecocide offense. And it is those words which will be taken up by the government in the bill to describe an offense that has no relationship neither with our proposal nor on the substance, if you will, or on the form. The only result that we obtained with these transcription to challenge them was either to validate them or to reject them, but never to amend those. And it's a fundamental difference compared to what lawmakers can do, obviously. And given the condition that had to be gathered to reject them, basically we were asked to rubber stamp the thing. So we were never lawmaking citizens, lawmaking convention members. We were never made to feel that way. We talked about the squad. The squad was created after the convention started its work. It met during the plenary or common working time. So de facto it became a sixth group, which from the very beginning we were told it would not become. So quite the paradox, wouldn't you say? So the rejection towards this squad came from the fact that we feared, and we were validated, unfortunately, in thinking that they would take over certain topics. And it appeared that there was no unanimity to treat all the topics on their part, and they basically said that we would have to make choices. And the squad would be in charge of basically saying that such topics would not be addressed and would be left by the wayside. So that was one of the reasons that why we revolted, basically. And we asked for the squad to work differently. Again, it was nothing personal, but they changed the rule in the middle of the game, if you will. And so for some of us, it was really inconceivable.
So,
still talking about the way the convention worked or didn't, there's a notion that seems eminently important to me. It's collective intelligence. In that convention, what I saw, what I observed, is the rise of a collective form of intelligence. I realized how much it was important and how it could materially be put into effect, come into play, if you will, to create an emulsion, much like, you mix vinegar and bicarbonate, and then you have a foam. So to me, for there to be a fire, there needs to be fuel. I guess that was us bringing the proposals. There needs to be, matter, rather us. There needs to be fuel, the proposals, and there needed to be a source of heat, a spark. That was the moderation group, the facilitators. They warmed up the whole thing. So I think that those were the ingredients, with the convention members, the experts, and the facilitators, which were able to distribute the floor equally, to facilitate the interactions between convention members, to really sort of smoke out the expression, because of, not even one dared speak at first because they were shy, because they were afraid of being mocked or derided. So, everyone's opinion had the same importance, so that's fundamental. Each opinion counted. That's why we were saying at first that maybe there was some influence exerted by experts. Really, the strength of the facilitators was to be able to synthesize, to respect our opinions, everyone's opinions, by asking a simple question, that I could basically sum up in a sentence. Do you think this phrase or this sentence reflects your thoughts? If not, we'll modify it. So there was the support group, the experts. Some people have said that they could exert an influence, but they were able to put themselves at our level. And I think, that's my personal opinion, but I think they never judged us one way or another. An example, when we talked about fisheries, which was quite far from the initial mandate, but I remember Sébastien Treyer, who said, well, okay, we'll set to work on this and we'll see what, he never said, well, no, that's completely out of scope, or, that's not the point, or it's pointless, or, it's a waste of time. He said, okay, we'll try to bring, information to you. This is really the so-called on-top, not on-top process described by Helen Landmore. I think really what was great about this support group was they fed us information, knowledge, that believed in our ideas. And obviously, it's essential to be fed information, because as, lay people, we're not all-knowing. We cannot just invent ideas, off the cuff. So, but at some point they told us, you should drop. They never told us you should drop this, or you should develop this part, or at least in my group it wasn't the case. So to me, this synergy, this sort of triangle enabled us to reach the outcome that we reached, and enabled for collective intelligence to arise. And you could almost say that the governance committee was the involuntary fire brigade, I would say. So at the beginning, there was this feeling of a hierarchy, at least until session 4, I think, until this sort of clash that we had with the squad, because then the convention won its autonomy, and if it had lasted a few more months, we would have been completely emancipated, I think. So I will just conclude by saying that a recurring criticism towards the governance committee, and which created a lot of frustration with convention members, is that very often they reacted always in the emergency. And I think this governance committee, if it had to exist again for another convention, it should be, staffed with people who are part of the work, who are part, not above, not next to, the governance should be carried out by members of the conventions themselves. And I think in the upcoming Citizens Convention, I think it will be essential that a legal expert of the subject treated be part of the support group. Thank you. Thank you very much, Guy, for all your explanations. There's a lot to unpack there. So this was almost a work of research, a research paper. And you were not an observer. You were really one of the members. So again, a lot in what you said. I think in particular, there is something that you said that I hadn't felt so much so far, is the contradiction between the determination, if you will, to turn the proposals into a bill, and on the other hand, the fact that no such transcription or no such transformation, if you will, into a bill was ever likely to satisfy you. And it's a question, it's an interrogation, because, and it's a contradiction, the solution to which, if you will decide whether citizens can be actual citizen legislators. What I suggest is we turn to Mie Inouye and Mr. Maresh, whom I'd like to introduce. Mie is an assistant professor and a PhD. And the second speaker is specializes in political science. They both work with Helen Landmore. Their role at this precise moment in our proceedings is important because we've just heard, we were talking about the moment when we've just heard proposals, and now we're opening up the discussion with all of the participants, so that this discussion, which will last a bit more than an hour, can be meaningful and significant. We asked you, in light of what we've heard, to address some problematic questions. So I guess you grasp what we want to do. So what are the 5, 6, 7, maybe, not much more, I would say, objects that you've taken out of the previous discussions, and on the basis of which you think it could be interesting to get the ball rolling again, as if we were climbing and you were looking for places to put your hands on. So the top 5 or 6 rocks that you could, use to help citizens climb the mountain. Mia, you want to speak first?
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I have a bit of a cough. I was really very fascinated by these papers and presentations. I am not a scholar of French politics or of citizens' assemblies. I work on mainly American social movements and democratic theory. But so my questions are definitely the questions of an amateur and somebody who's just, learning about all of this for the first time. But I was very convinced by the papers and the presentations of the capacity of citizens to legislate and to engage responsibly with experts in order to form their own opinions about climate policy. But my concern was more about the possibility of state co-optation of citizens' assemblies, and specifically to allay some of the concerns of social movements. And so one thing that I noticed was that these citizens' assemblies often arise from the demands of organizations in civil society. In France, it was a response to the Yellow Vests, but also in Ireland and elsewhere, it seems like they've come out of demands from groups in civil society. But there's two ways to interpret that. The first is that they represent substantive responses to the demands that groups in civil society have made on the state. And the second is that they're a way of co-opting the energy of social movements in order to serve the state's own ends. And so I had three questions about that in the French case of the Climate Convention. First, I was just curious to hear more from participants who had been participants in the convention, how they thought about that relationship, if they felt responsible in some way to respond to all of the turmoil in civil society, and if there were members of the convention who were themselves activists or who had been participants in the movement that kind of preceded this convention. Second, I noticed, and I could be wrong about this, it seemed that there was a pattern of citizens' assemblies not necessarily addressing or having the freedom to address questions of government spending or fiscal policy. And in Ireland, from one of the papers, I learned that, although the Citizens' Assembly there was a response to the global financial crisis, it ended up deciding on two social issues, abortion and marriage equality. And so it seemed that the issues that had been at the heart of the social movement preceding the assemblies came off the table somewhere in the process. And then I noted that in the French case, one of the laws that Macron rejected ultimately was a 4% tax on capital dividends, and that the question about questions about a carbon tax were deemed by participants maybe too controversial to engage. And so I wanted to just hear, and I also noted in Professor Landamore's Helene's paper that there was a moment where in the housing group, an expert suggested that they didn't have the right, they weren't authorized, the citizens to make decision or that they should be sure to be conservative in their spending, and that citizens pushed back and said that she was out of line in making that suggestion. But I wanted to know more about whether citizens felt authorized to make decisions about how the policies they proposed would be funded. And then finally, I guess this gets to Guy's comments that we just heard. But I was very concerned to learn that participants ranked the resulting climate and resilience law, so gave it such a low grade of a 3 out of 10 in terms of its reflection of their own proposals. And it sounds like we've heard some possible reasons for that have to do with governance and procedure. But I would be curious to hear more from participants and from scholars of this event, what accounts for that gap. And I think that these are important concerns in part because I think that if citizens don't have adequate control over the agenda and procedures and the translation of the law into translation of their proposals into law, it seems that these kinds of assemblies might have the effect not of responding to upheaval and demands from social movements, but rather to kind of discrediting those demands by co-opting citizen participation. So those were my thoughts, and I would be very curious to hear any responses to those questions. And I'll turn it over to Vatsal. Thank you, Mie. Thank you also, of course, the organizers for this incredible opportunity, for these excellent papers, and for the ability to participate in an exercise such as this. I am also not an expert on deliberative processes. My research asks when and how democracy produces violence, primarily historically. And so the context in which this convention was inaugurated, as well as the long-standing and timely political conflicts, such as the question of self-rule for Kashmir, but also endemic racial violence in the United States, shape my brief comments and questions. And sort of in that sense, I've become one of those participants who says, I would like to talk about what I'm interested in, but I nonetheless hope that what I have to say is of some use. So I think to sort of to go also from where Mie left us, my question is also whether this becomes a sort of a starting point for an agitation or a movement for politics that demands a more responsive formal government. And so what then becomes the sort of the trajectory that this movement takes from here on forward. In scholarship around conflict, we often talk about peace and reconciliation commissions in the aftermath of long-running conflicts, or we talk about constitution making that might be mediated through expert consultations and things like that. So I share in this sense Mia's confidence that citizens are absolutely capable of being lawmakers, and so I want to push both the scholars and the citizens to think about how we might think of staging these processes in conflicts that we deem as of now to be too fractious or too complicated for popular participation. So in particular, what we might think of as being the preserve of elite discussion of security experts and questions like that around discussions of Kashmir or even of the Israel-Palestine question. Sort of conflicts that involve identities, violence, property, that shape the question of deliberation and of popular participation as being about just talk. And this is, of course, a critique that comes from many political theorists as well. And I know that this is primarily a concern for executives, but even to think about proposals that move forward would, to my mind, be something that would be very enriching. And so, with that in mind, I also wanted to ask what sort of mechanisms or lessons we might have for thinking about this in more fractious settings. Of course, which is not to say that climate change is not in and of itself a very fractious setting. And I noticed in the paper that was about who exactly these citizens are, that one of the things that do not sample for is, for instance, something like racial diversity or religious diversity or status. As I think immigration status is one thing that is controlled for, but to take the position that we may say that the question of Kashmir or something that is an international question. But even within, say, the United States, the question of race is something that is deeply intimate. It's intergenerational and deeply consequential for the future of all of our societies. And so, with that in mind, I want to push a question that has come up in many ways, which is something that is both gratifying about this process, and that many citizens have walked away from it with a new awareness, a new investment in the process, as well as the scholars taking away from this the belief that citizens can legislate and what the different requirements of that are. But I want to ask how we may escape what we might call provocatively a narcissism trap. In other words, how should we understand the outcome of increased participation and the attendant benefits to participants if the main goal of the exercise, as Mia said, addressing climate change, is something that we're not satisfied with having addressed, or the change that we may not have collectively achieved, when it's stifled by standing interests and a recalcitrant political establishment. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup à tous les deux, Millet et Vatsal.
Thank you, Millet and Vatsal. a series of questions that do extend again the debate and our discussion about the fact that such a citizens' convention as the one we had in France, and given the political situation it was organized in, was it a recuperation or an answer? Well, that's a vast topic. Do the members of the convention felt responsible for giving an answer to the yellow vest crisis? Or maybe they have internalized, for some of them who might have been yellow vest before, so have they imported the opinion of this popular movement into the convention? I'd like to come back onto the tax issue, because this tax issue and the issue around the financing, the funding, is not much visible. It was dealt with, but in or as a kind of a rider to the functioning of the convention, because there was one difficulty in the governance committee. They didn't find the right way of dealing with this issue, or to be clearer, that was because of divergences, disagreements in the governance committee on how to deal with this question. The governance committee, as you can imagine, was also a place for debate. Why was the grade so low? The member of the convention and researchers can answer this very easily. Now, what would be the trajectory of a political movement further this convention? The political movement did not continue in France, but it's not because it was not visible today that the reasons why it existed or disappeared, simply. And the Vatsal's question, or the last two questions, are huge, really. Can we imagine a system like a citizen convention to solve more serious conflicts than the ones we experienced in France? And Batsal mentioned Kashmir and the Israelo-Palestinian conflict. We may wonder, yes, would citizens be more reasonable than political leaders to solve some of these conflicts? But how? How can we set this up, really? And avoiding this trap of, or this narcissistic trap, how can we make sure that the citizens' convention that shows very interesting things and as a result is not well accepted, or that the promise made was not kept? Maybe this could made citizens even more going more away from politics. So these are some of the topics that you want us to continue thinking about. So Vatsal and me, thank you very much for your comments and questions. Apart from the member of the conventions you already heard, in the audience, we also have Brigitte, Benoit, Pascal, Daniel. Feel free to take the floor in order to answer these questions. Guy, Amandine, Claire, Tristan, who is no longer with us, but maybe I'm forgetting someone else as well. William, yes, William, sorry. So who would like to take the floor now? Maybe all the others, the researchers who are still with us, should not hesitate and give us their opinion about these questions, and more specifically, the observers who surely have things to say. So who would like to take the floor? Who would like to be first? Thank you for having asked this question, Vatsal. I just want to say I'm also an expert of international land issues. I worked at the City Park in Sciences Po in France on all these issues of territory conflicts, and this for many years now. And I'm also an expert of the Indian Ocean. I just want to quote a very recent example, 2020, or 2019-2020, between Madagascar and France. There is a territory conflict about what we call the Éparses Island. The two presidents, Emmanuel Macron for France and André Suel from the Malgache Republic, made common statements in 2019 so as to open up negotiation about the sovereignty conflict on islands that in the Mozambique Canal. So in this process, towards the end of 2019, the Madagascar head of state organized a kind of a citizens' convention in Madagascar to ask the opinion of the Malgache people about this issue in order to continue the negotiations. They wanted to have their opinion in this international negotiation process. The objective of the negotiations, of course, was to really stipulate the borders, because borders are not recognized internationally as they have not been jointly declared by the conflicting parties. So this had a very specific shape. It was a convention that had delegations from the 22 regions of Madagascar, and these delegations met as a convention, and at the end they made recommendations, submitted them to the head of states, and the recommendation was to avoid any co-management, but to stick to the position and to claim sovereignty over the islands as has been existing since 1979. And this in the UN. So this is an example of a citizens' convention, a recent one that was that finished at the end of 2020, and I can send you all the references if you want. Thank you, Christian. Dimitri, please do like Dimitri, use the hand. Formerly it was blue, now it's yellow, so you can use it in the reaction button. So Dimitri, and then we'll have somebody.
Just maybe a quick comment on two of the points that Mia, I'm not sure if I'm saying correctly, sorry, made. I think the link with social movements is indeed an interesting one, and it's true that before the CCC, what you have is something that we almost didn't mention at all, but it's the Grand Débat National, the national great debate, that also had a component of random selection for the Convention Citoyenne Régionale, so at the regional level, but there were also deliberative publics at this moment, and online and in local level and so on. And it's true that for this, even more than for the CCC, you can see that the state is deploying participatory device as a way to do counterfire to a social movement. So there is this risk, and it's actually a risk that is also present for other type of other democratic expression. So we need to be worried that citizen assembly could be used to delegitimize and attack other types of democratic expression. Social movements are a type of democratic expression. They have a legitimacy. They are a constitutional right, the right to protest. And also, it could be the same for referenda. And for instance, in the UK, there was a lot of calls for citizen assembly after the Brexit vote. And this was a way to say, okay, you know what, the referenda is not what we wanted it to be. Therefore, let's delegitimize it without resorting in authoritarian measures. So let's use a new democratic measure, which is citizen assembly, hoping that the citizen assembly would break what the referenda did. I have a paper that actually is becoming published right now in on this very topic, so I can send it to you if you're interested. And I think that indeed that's something we need to be wary, and that's in the way of constructing a new public. You have this like this public in the street that protest, they're loud and stuff, and then you have those other citizens, and they're sitting at tables, and they're polite, and they are reflecting, and they are listening, and that's a way of constructing another figure of the citizen, not the citizen that protests, but the citizen that sits at the table and listens. And I think we need to be worried about that. And for regarding your point on finance, the CCC actually talked on finance. That was part of what they discussed. It was a bit complicated because at first it was supposed to be the job of the Oecd. So they heard from two economists. Then the Oecd was disbanded, and the economists were live streamed to the whole panel, and they had to vote. It was a bit complicated, but they actually did talk on that. And it's true that in Ireland, after the economic crisis, the convention of the second citizen assembly, first one installed by the state, did not have this as a prerogative, neither the second one. And Citizen, actually, what they did is they added economic and social rights into their agenda, because they had the right to twist their agenda for 2 topics, and one of them was those. And that was one of the topics that Parliament and the government cast aside directly, saying, nope, you're not going to tell us what to do on that regard. And on their fiscal policy, for instance. So that's also interesting to see that some realms are not to be touched.
Merci beaucoup, Dimitri Courant.
Thank you very much, Dimitri Courant, William, then Eric Buge, Jean-Michel, and Hélène. William, thank you, Vatsal and Mie, for your questions. They are very, very rich and interesting. I cannot answer all of them, but I can give you my experience that could be of interest in a transversal way. What is for sure, personally, I do not regret what we did in the meantime between I was called upon and the report. Among citizens, there is a kind of a pride of having done this together, to have been in a unheard of human experience. I didn't know what I was expecting when I was called, really. And it was a very, very unusual experience. And in a way, it was organized. Of course, there was a time for adaptation. But what is very interesting is the after. The fact that you transmitted these measures, that I went out of the Élysée Palace, having talked with someone who said yes to all our proposals. And I said, what we did was okay, but it took several months to kind of land. It was not to be done under the carpet, really, as for the text of the law on June 2 December. But there was a key moment to take into account. That's when in December, the President of the French Republic, the ministers in charge of the various topics, invited us for a discussion for 4 hours. And this element, I think, in our country or in our democracy, never happened before. There was a kind of direct return. It was on TV. All citizens in France could watch it. Of course, you need to have 4 hours. But what was interesting is that I saw my colleagues becoming experts of their own topic with the time, because we had to strengthen our defense, because there was something that was decreasing. And in front of us, we had the executive power, who was kind of defiant, they were kind of afraid of what we'd be doing, and whose speech was a clumsy one, really. And that's what we reached. But there are several elements here that right away, and if for another successful citizen convention, there was the no filter, that was a kind of a poison right from the beginning. The definition of before, during, and after is not the same. And for us, members of the CCs, is destabilizing. And at the end of the day, we said, well, we were asked to come with ideas, to be daring. And at the end, what has been proposed is not daring enough, really. So that was the first thing. But to also have rules of the games that should be more defined for what's going to happen afterwards. It was to be without any filter, no filter. Okay, so it was to be going to the lawmakers right away. We had discussions with the ministers, and this is what frightened me in a way. In front of me, I had people, I had ministers who said, what you did is very good, but this is what we are going to do. And in a way, we felt kind of lost, really. And as for the future, it was not a blank check, really, given to us right at the beginning, but there was also a willingness to propose something, but it's not really been successful here. And in all the consultation discussions, we must have a certain lâcher prise. We must let go, really. And what the result of the convention was really something new. Of course, it was the first citizen convention. Now we can identify things and see where the problems are, but there are still many things that can be said, and my colleagues can add up, really. Thank you very much, William. Eric, yes, I want to pick up on what William has just said and on all the comments made by Guy. What I think is that there are some positive, very innovative points in the Citizens' Convention, and they are due to the infrastructure that was organized around this convention. Talked about the support group, in more measured words, the Logistics Committee, very positive about the facilitators. So a whole infrastructure was set up, really. It is rather similar to the one we can find in a parliament. And to come back to this comparison and echoing to what Jean-Michel Fourniau and Hélène Guillemot said about self-governance, as for me, I think that it's not that much different from the situation of 150 citizens drawn by lords who have to make proposals. This situation is not different from 577 new MEPs coming to the National Assemblies, 75% of them being new and haven't been politicians before. So they had to rapidly go from being citizens to elected representatives. So a series of systems that were progressively developed with time for parliaments so that newcomers could write the law. Well, this could be duplicated for citizens' assemblies. And I could give you some examples. Regarding this idea that 150 citizens having no experience couldn't set their own rules, well, we could imagine systems where a governance committee can put forward rules being adopted later by citizens. It would be a way of reversing hierarchy among the governance committee and the citizens drawn by lots. So if this was to be institutionalized, we could think that a citizens' assembly or convention gives the next Citizens' Assembly its functioning rules. And it will be up to the new convention to adapt, to modify the rules it would inherit. So these are a way a parliament could work and is working. As for the facilitators or the Logistic Committee, I was really interested with what Guy said. The proposals of the Logistic Committee, as for him and many others, were not really transcribing the proposals of the citizens from an institutional and democratic standpoint. It is a problem. Either the report is the report of the citizens and then the logistics transcriptions should correspond to their proposals, or the report is both the citizens' report and the report of the logistics committee members, and it has to be said explicitly here, but they do not correspond to the citizens' intentions. And this is a way of functioning that wouldn't be possible in the National Assembly. In the National Assembly, the proposals of the elected representatives correspond to what they want to do. So we need guarantees to make sure that the proposals that come from citizens' assemblies, if transcribed in a logistic way as a bill of law, do correspond exactly to the intention that the citizens put behind their proposals. And maybe one last comment as a lawyer and expert in the Constitution, we are always attentive to the fact that a procedure went well on some aspects, that it should always take place in the correct way in the future. Some rules are to be set up and planned to avoid that even if a procedure went well at each time, it will continue happening in the right way in the future. So facilitation was recognized by each and everyone, accepted by each and everyone. I wouldn't say the contrary. It was of a high quality and very much appreciated, and was mentioned by all citizens. Same thing for the support group, but we can really imagine different configurations in which some facilitators or members of the support group try and use these to put forward their own ideas. So we need rules to make sure that the of the citizens, this could be done by a dedicated infrastructure. The status of civil service brings some guarantees in terms of impartiality, meaning that these people working with political leaders are supposed to be at their service. But more generally speaking, we do need standards that fight against some of the risks I tried to highlight here and that have been taken up in a more concrete way by Guy and William in their presentations. Thank you very much, Eric, for these comments. I want to give the floor to Jean-Michel right now. I just want to pick up on one or two points of what Eric has just said, maybe to shed some light on it, because I was part of the facilitators, and the parallel that Eric has just drawn between the support group, the facilitation group, and the logistic group. We didn't have the same resources to operate, and you must bear this in mind. The support group was set up very late in the process. It started really being set up as from the third session. It started between the second and the third, started really to work and had the resources to work, the resources in between inverted commas, as from the third session, and the logistic committee went even later. And there were very fewer people in the logistic committee, whereas we would have needed more people. To say things, the Citizens' Convention kind of opened up the ground, really, and for next time, that's for sure, these elements should be planned much earlier, and they should have much more resources to work, and it was not the case. So it was not tinkering around or DIY, because the work done by the logistics committee and the support group was a serious work, professional work, and reliable, but they were under such conditions that they did their best, but not more. Even the facilitators, we had to kind of fight with part of the governance committee to unlock the agenda, really, and make sure that in between two sessions, there are not just 3 weeks as planned, but at least 4, 5, or 6 weeks, so that during these intersessions, we could digest the work of the previous sessions and prepare the work of the following ones. We were very far in this fight with the governance committee, and what helped us win was an unexpected and external event to the conventions, were the transportation strikes in December 2019. The third session had to be postponed, or the fourth had to be postponed, and then, of course, it created a longer intersession than the one planned at first, and it showed to everyone that the working conditions under such a framework were much better. Sorry, I took 3 minutes to explain all that, but these are key elements for understanding. Now, I want to give the floor to Jean-Michel, Hélène, and then maybe other people later. Yes, well, thank you very much, Gilles Laurent. I just want to add one thing about the logistic committee, and I want to answer Millet as for this question about the funding issues. So as for the logistic committee, among all the difficulties, we mentioned the competition that the Senate or the National Assembly could have felt. It was mentioned, and this competition very much concretely appeared when we wanted to set up the Logistic Committee at the beginning. The National Assembly and the Senate refused to give us civil servants or administrators to be part of this logistic committee. So there are people, or 4 administrators, 4 civil servants of the CSER, of the Economic, Social and Environmental Committee, who accepted to be part of the work. And at the end, there were just only 2 of the 4, and for the scope of the work that had to be done, it was not enough. So this can explain all the difficulties we met. So there was this transcription work, but also the work of training the citizens to what lawmaking and law drafting is really, because it is something highly complicated. And I can say so because at the beginning of the governance committee group, I kind of opposed Thierry Pech regarding the importance of this logistic transcription, because I fear that it would take away from the citizens a certain control over the proposals, not to go too far into logistic transcriptions, which, given the law today, is unlegible, really. Apart from the presentation of the motivations, the articles of the law are illegible, really, because they are just modifying existing laws or articles, and so it's very difficult to read. So it is really important to show that the resources, it reflected the strength relationship among the various institutions, and even if it was something new that was emerging, it was not always perceived correctly at the beginning. As for funding issues now, Dimitri said that it was one of the topics dealt with by the Oecd and that it stopped. Right from the beginning, the governance committee didn't find the right method. Personally, I proposed right from the beginning in July, when we started thinking about the various thematic groups, not to deal according to topics, but to deal things according to possible public action levers, financing and so on, which was something more abstract. And I agreed with the proposals of working according to topics, because it was simpler to start with experienced sectors for the citizens. Otherwise, we would have groups per public action levers, so we would have had difficulties about tariffs issues and carbon tax and so on. So the decision we made was the correct one, actually, saying that we need to have thematic groups. But of course, it meant that the cross-functional challenges were left apart, and 2 were important. Energy, we didn't deal with that, and issues around funding and financing of the measures. Dealt with somewhat by the Oecd, but when it was dissolved, somebody had to do it, and energy was totally forgotten. But for funding, there was indicative measures that were added in the report, and they were dealt with or considered in a non-satisfactory way by webinars and so on, and with indicative votes on a series of measures. The part of the report of our convention on financing issues is rather thick, because there is a series of financial measures that were reviewed, but they were not discussed in such a deep way as all the other proposals. So it is really not satisfactory in terms of the work we did on funding. But this is due to the fact that the governance committee, they had disagreements on how to deal with these questions. Was it part of the agenda or not? But there was a difficulty in knowing how to deal with these questions that are even more technical than the technical measures about climate. So we didn't know how to deal with them apart from remaining too superficial in our examination of the issues. We didn't go deep enough. And of course, this had an impact in the way the measures were transmitted. because the government felt obliged to renegotiate quite a series of things with the stakeholders, notably on the capacity to finance all these measures. Thank you. Thank you very much, Jean-Michel. Indeed, in the discussion, the chat, Adrien was talking about this issue of social justice, and it was answered that this question was dealt with in a transversal way. This may not be visible in the report, or at least in what was written by the Citizens' Convention, but this question of social justice was really at the core of the debate among citizens, and notably because they were so much different one from another that their opinions enabled them to confront their own or their respective vision of that aspect in a very interesting way. Should it have been a topic as such dealt with in this way? This is an open question, of course, and we can talk about it. And then Adrien.
Thank you. I'll speak in English. I just wanted to react to the questions by Mie and Vatsal. I promise you I didn't monitor them for them to ask those questions, but I think they really echo a distinction I drew in the introduction. I probably don't remember, but it was about the question of topics, the question of silences and exclusions, both internal and external. I mean, in a way, Vatsal raises the question of internal exclusions in some ways. Basically only he and Christian really mentioned the word race. We didn't talk about gender either in this convention. And there's a real question as to whether, for all the effort at inclusion, for all the sort of like stratified random sampling that tracks other things than race, because as Jean-Michel reminded us, it's illegal to track ethnicity and race in France. Did we really get the full inclusion? Did we really take into account voices that are traditionally ignored? We know that men talk more in deliberative settings, white people talk more, older people talk more, higher status people talk more. So the organization, did its best to counter those dynamics, but they tend to re-emerge for, cost-related reason. There was no facilitator at each table. It was more at a general level. So we don't know if in truth, epistemic justice was done to all the categories that we don't even want to talk about in France. And in fact, I just want to mention that I couldn't find anyone to write a paper on race or gender. It was just impossible. This is just not something that French researchers are typically that interested in. So I'm very grateful to Christian that she at least addressed the question of former colonies and the status of the citizens who come from these regions in France. And the answer, by the way, I'm not sure it was heard fully, is that no, it was a polite no, but epistemic justice was not properly done to the citizens of overseas territories in the French Convention. And I suspect the same would have happened, the same answer would have been given if we had looked at gender, race, and other possible intersectional dimension of discrimination. And I don't say that as an indictment of the convention, by the way, because the question is comparative, and I think that at any rate, the situation was much better in the convention than it was in elected assemblies. But still, we need to be able to talk about this because otherwise we won't fix the issue. And when we deal with much more sensitive questions like, say, immigration, we're going to have a lot of issues. And here I want to say something about a possible solution. It's not really a solution, but there's potential for hope, which is the research done by Nicole Doer on multicultural assemblies of this kind, not all randomly selected, but somewhat diverse in that sense. And she points out that, and she observes that, to her surprise and to the surprise of many observers, situations where you have very ethnically diverse groups and you need a lot of translation because people speak different languages, the quality of the deliberation is actually higher than in culturally and linguistically homogeneous groups. It's an excellent book I recommended by a sociologist named Nicole Doer called Political Translation. And I'm thinking that that gives me hope that, for example, if we indeed tried something like a Citizens' Convention on the Israelo-Palestinian conflict, something potentially good might come out of it. And at any rate, at this point, I think there's nothing to lose, and we should probably try it, or they should probably try it. So I just wanted to say that, because this question of gender and race, it came up. It even became an issue in the organization of this conference. So I think we need to be verbalizing it and putting a name on it, instead of like sweeping it under the rug, and the French approach, in my view, tends to do. I also want to salute the translators, actually, because in this conference they are playing the role of relays between two communities that often misunderstand each other, the Anglo-Saxon American world and the French world. So I think they play an important role, and they're often made completely invisible. So I want to salute you, and also say that if we were to ever do something like this, again, a citizens' convention at the European level, which has been tried before, and Jim Fishkin has done something like that a couple of years back, and they are translators. But I'm not sure the translators played the role of political translators, in the sense of helping make manifest certain cultural expectations, misunderstandings, and speaking on behalf of the people who are traditionally dominated or if not downright oppressed in certain settings, even if it's totally unconscious and unintentional. So that's the question I wanted to put on the table for us to discuss potentially. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Hélène. Alors,
thank you very much, Hélène. So, Amandine, sorry, would you like to develop a little bit more what you highlighted in this conversation, which is totally in line with what Hélène just explained? Guy is also asking a question to Christiane. Could epistemic justice be a work, an objective, or you don't have to take the floor, but if you want to take the floor, please feel free. No, Amandine has left, apparently. Sorry. So, Christiane, would you like to answer Guy's question? Let me read the question as I see it. Epistemic justice. Can epistemic justice become a topic of work? I'm not in an what about ecofeminism? I'm not an expert, but I'd say yes anyway to this question. Why not? Why couldn't we work in such a direction with such an objective in mind? What could be interesting would be the approach of feminism. I didn't have time to develop this when I talked earlier on, but it's part of my paper as well. It's addressed in my paper. Feminist biography, feminist studies. It was for me a source of inspiration. I worked with using Nassif Fraser's work when he talked to Habermas. And Habermas' thoughts evolved following these discussions. He had an initial way of seeing things, when he was a doctor. He wrote a thesis on public space. This concept we tend to use in our work today. And this controversy, he has a controversy with a criticism made by Fraser, and it shows that she's talking about the creation of a part of the public which is not at the same level, at the lower level. And it doesn't correspond to the public space that she would call... It doesn't correspond to reality, basically. She then talks about democracy, how should real democracy work, what about public space, and so on. So these controversies structure the dynamics of our way of thinking. What about deliberation? How does it work in public spaces? Another source of inspiration for me was work done in Harvard and Yale more than a century ago, work on this problem of multi-representativity, line of color, these questions on the relationship between knowledge, production of knowledge, and epistemic justice. So we have to understand how these various mechanisms that we're talking about today, if just epistemic justice is not present, if it's not fair, it will have a major interaction on the production of knowledge and data and expertise, and things would be much richer because we're not using some stakeholders of society. We sort of exclude them. And of course, this makes us think sort of poorer. So feminist studies could really enrich our own approach, or the redistributive justice, as we call it, social justice. It would be good for our epistemic justice we are talking about, in the ability we have to produce knowledge, values, multiple viewpoints. And we are all citizens and we produced things. We are working on collective issues, obviously, but we would adopt a more common vision of things. So I think that what's important here is to be inspired, to work with controversies like this one. That's how we can move forward. Let's not work in the same way or with one turn of mind, you know. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Christian, for your answer. Julia.
Yeah,
Julia, you have the floor.
Thanks a lot. I have a question, actually. Am I allowed to ask a question or can I only give a comment? And that is, if Hélène Buge would be willing to take the stage again, you criticized that in the Citizen Assembly, the experts were kind of part of the decision-making, although they were not supposed to be part of the decision-making, and that in Parliament, the differentiation works better and that the experts are not that influential. And I found that very interesting because actually it is one of the criticism raised against parliamentary systems that there is a lot of economic interests raised or lobbyism, or the selection of experts is biased as well. And yeah, I was really, I would be interested in why you had the feeling that it works better in the parliamentary system.
Thank you. Thank you, Julia, for this most interesting question. Hélène, would you like to answer in a few words, maybe, or why is this question for me? I'm not, it's a bit confusing. Why are you talking about? I think the question was for Eric, actually, not Hélène. Sorry. Yeah. I may say a few words about that. I think that we have to make the difference between two types of expertise. One is internal through the structure itself, whether we're talking about the parliament or the convention here. And this expertise is at the service of MPs on the one hand and citizens on the other end. And this expertise was brought to the convention by support groups or by steering committees. We mobilize experts that are going to work for citizens. And this is a different type of expertise from the following one. The expertise of stakeholders who are asked to work on something by the citizens themselves or by MPs. they organize a hearing, for example. And MPs obviously are under the influence of lobbies. Citizens are in contact with lobbies, NGOs, unions, whatever. But the first part, the first type of expertise, the internal one, here we must give more guarantees to citizens' conventions, more than was the case this time. So, Gilles Laurent, you made a comment. I'm not criticizing the way this convention was organized, but my question is about the future conventions. How could it be done in a more satisfying way? I'm not saying that MPs are not under the influence of experts or others, and citizens are more influenced, but I'm saying that the way parliaments operate from a legal, HR, expertise viewpoint is such that MPs can benefit from internal expertise, which is probably more neutral, better organized, more important than the one that was at the disposal of citizens. It means it highlights the work done by Citizens' Convention, the CCC with the limited resources they had at their disposal. I'm not sure I'm answering your question, but well. Thank you, Eric. We have another question for you. Do you think that both assemblies, we're talking about the Senate and the Parliament as a whole, will use possibilities of a new organic law on climate change to organize other conventions? Could you say a few words about that? Yes, and then we'll have a conclusion, says Gilles Laurent. Okay. In a few words, I don't know. I don't have any crystal ball. I don't know what's going to happen at Parliament, at the level of Parliament, but I think that the various speakers today describe the hostility or lack of trust that exists between Parliament in general and citizen conventions. Don't make that too general, but the paradigm is changing. This type of citizens' conventions couldn't have existed 10 years ago, I think, especially not with the attribution they had today or this time. So we've gone a long way. Now, will Parliament ask CESE? Well, I should give you a constitutional council. They indicated last time they were asked, the constitutional committee said that Parliament could ask them for an opinion, and then CESE, the constitutional council, would decide to organize or not a citizens' conventions. So that's all I can say at the moment. And I'm not at the moment able to know whether questions will be asked or organizations will be required. Thanks very much. Claire? No, okay. Claire, yeah. I'd like to testify to and answer Eric. I'm not an expert, obviously, but maybe I can explain my feeling. I never had a feeling that experts could influence me. We had great experts. There was contradictory discussions with them. We always had the possibility of asking them questions or asking new stakeholders, asking new visions. It was very often possible. And we were able and we had at our disposal contacts. Sometimes we asked for them, sometimes we had questions. So that's my feeling. It's as a citizen, I always had the feeling that I was free to accept or not. I've asked questions. I asked questions to facilitators, to every expert, and I always got an answer. So that's my vision of things as a citizen. One last, Dimitri, you have the floor, and then Jane will conclude our session. So Dimitri. I'd like to react to this. And don't misinterpret what we said. What we tried to do, we tried to compare different feelings. We had interviews with all sorts of different people. We wanted to have a global feeling of things, or a global understanding of people's feelings and impressions. And second, what we don't say, we're not saying, that citizens had no freedom of thinking or whatever. No, of course, that's something that people keep, and you don't question that their freedom of decision and so on. But from a procedure viewpoint, we were just wondering whether we complied with deliberative structures or criteria. Information given to the public shouldn't be given to the public only. 150 people should be able to discuss in the best possible conditions. But when general public should get all the arguments, and the general public that follow the discussions could forge its own opinion, not 150 citizens, but more than that. And then, if the fact of when I say that a certain number of things didn't happen well in some cases, it doesn't. We're not saying that because something wrong happened in one group, it was wrong everywhere. It's not because I didn't see an X phenomenon, it doesn't mean that the X phenomenon doesn't exist. You see, that's all we're saying. And we tended to focus on issues as well. And we wanted to criticize, but to keep an open mind. We just want to improve the system, that's all. But don't misinterpret what we said, we're not negative at all. Thank you very much. This is a fundamental issue, obviously. And there should be fair criticism of Citizens' Convention. It was the first time it happened in this country, so we would like others to be organized as well, and they should all be of a better quality, But you should also understand the reaction of citizens, because at the very beginning of the convention, they all wanted to express themselves from an individual viewpoint. Then they wanted to express themselves in a more collective way. They wanted to say that they had a desire to talk freely. Obviously, they were influenced. They influenced one another. That's the objective of deliberation anyway. But this criticism should be studied. But the reaction is that they insisted on the fact that they were independent. They were proud of that. They were proud. They're proud because they have the feeling they constantly stayed independent. Now, let me ask Professor Mansbridge, dear Professor, you spent one full morning with us. We are starting our evening here, but you've listened to our discussions, exchange of ideas, and so. Given your experience, given the work you've done so far during your whole career, what are the 4 or 5 main ideas we should remember from this particular session?
Thank you very much. I've tremendously enjoyed this discussion. On these 5 points that you've asked me to make, I want to have a preface first, which is that the traditional work on participation, starting with Rousseau, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, going to J.S. Mill, Carol Pateman to the press, has for all of those people focused pretty much exclusively on what participation did for the citizens. And what we haven't seen here is research on how the citizens themselves changed. The citizens have told us how they changed, but we haven't had research on that. So that's a preface of what's not here. On what is here, I want to begin with what I'll call the quandary of experimentation, or the quandary of research on experimentation, because we do experiments to learn from them. We're in the process of learning. We're also in the process of legitimating things like citizens' assemblies. Now, you learn most from the most searching questions, but the most searching questions are often the most delegitimating. So this is a quandary for researchers, that the deeper you go, the harder you probe, the more awkward the questions you ask, the more likely it is that you will end up with answers that are delegitimating. So I want to pose that as a quandary of experimentation. And when we think about this entire enterprise, a lot of this research has been focused on the issue of legitimation. Now, there's normative legitimation and perceived legitimation. I'm not going to talk much about normative legitimation because I at least am convinced that randomized sortition is a perfectly legitimate way of producing laws. The ancient Greeks had it, the Italian city-states had some of it, and I think so I won't go into the normative issues. The perceived legitimacy is extremely important at this point. So we might ask, are these citizens really representative? And Adrien Fabre showed they're actually much more trusting than the average citizen. I suppose that's why they volunteered. But I think we need to look much more at those issues of representation. Now, surveys also showed, in Adrien's work, that many in the third who had heard of the Citizens Convention thought it was not representative. So that would be a subject for future research. Why did they think it was not representative? Let's have some open-ended questions in this research and begin to probe why the citizens, the public, did not think these assemblies were representative. Now, when we're thinking about legitimation, there's the question of bringing in politicians. Does it help legitimate or delegitimate? And you can make arguments on both sides, and I think it's contextual. It depends. So a mixed system worked in Ireland, but cultures in different countries vary. And I took to heart the point made yesterday by the citizens in the recycling business that in France at this moment, the 2020s, that adding legislators might be delegitimating. And Léo Cohen reminded us that many organized actors reacted with great skepticism. So those are important features that of the actual French context that we have to take into consideration. And I think this issue is not just win-win. It's true that legislatures and the Citizens Assembly and Citizen Convention are complementary in many ways, but the Citizens Assembly Convention displaces the legislature in some ways, and it displaces organized advocacy groups, and sometimes it displaces social movements because it has a separate claim to legitimacy from all of those. So I think we have to take into consideration the real interest of those groups in being displaced when we make our arguments for complementarity and when we try to legitimate the Citizens Convention. So we might ask, in trying to explain legitimacy, what is the relationship? What can we devise an understood and understandable relationship between the elected assembly and the Citizens Convention? And I think the answer is not easily, because it's in flux, and that's something we have to face. The norms are in flux, and the actual practice is in flux. So we will also have to face, as we embark on our process of legitimation, handling those issues of relationships. So now I want to then point out that as we're trying to legitimate this kind of assembly, citizens don't understand, by and large, the concept of a representative sample. Many academics do, citizens don't. Citizens understand how you use the lottery to give a prize, or to maybe give something negative that someone had to, such as military draft. But as citizens come more and more to experience these kinds of representative assemblies drawn by lot. I think the concept of a representative sample having legitimacy will begin to grow. So we're on the track. As we pursue legitimacy, so those are my first 2 points. I want to focus on internal questions and then external questions, and then the broken promise, and then I'm over. And internal questions, there's the issue of organization, which Hélène Guillemot and Louis-Gaëtan pointed out for the housing group. I think we have to concentrate quite a bit on making this organization work. Then there's issues of improper modes of influence and interaction that Dimitri Courant and Simon Baeckelandt pointed out. That's the one we've just been talking about experts and translation, the translation transcription. Translation is always a betrayal, but that's true in general, and ordinary people can understand that. The question is it a particular betrayal in this case? So the fact that there's no capacity to amend is difficult. What about would facilitators in each group have helped? Not sure about that. This question of experts, I would have a question at the end of every citizens convention in the exit interview that asked, did you think that you were unduly influenced by the experts? And we could look at which citizens and which groups said they were disproportionately, and which citizens and which groups said they were not, and use that for the future as we devise better procedures. Then there's in this internal issue, there's the question of epistemic injustice that Christiane and Tristan raised. Of course, externally, the lottery is helpful, but as Hélène pointed out, there was nothing here in the contribution about, in the research, about looking at the contributions made by members of marginalized groups. It's not just that in France you can't talk about race. You can talk about economic class. In fact, people in France have been talking about economic class for a very good number of centuries. So it's a question of, can you actually measure how much people spoke, literally how many words they spoke, and then also looking at, if you had an outcome measure of individuals, if you had votes, for example, you could look at maybe if you had pre and post. You should be asking pre-survey questions on the climate, and also making that part of the representative sample. But if you had pre and post questions, you could see who changed their minds. And once you saw who changed their minds, you could say, is that congruent with the arguments made by the more advantaged? Or, as we found in a number of other randomized samples, the more educated may talk more, but they don't have more effect on changing people's minds. That's quite an important legitimating or delegitimating feature. So that's another direction to look. On the external questions, the relationship to the outside world, I was very interested by the participant, Amandine, who said that they were kind of frightened by the outside world. I'd love to find out a bit more about that, and also like to explore in future research and in future designs the different kinds of relationships that the participants can have to the outside world. The participants can become lobbyists afterwards for the conclusions of the assembly, and it's a design question whether or not one wants to do that, and I think it's important. As Claire said, she thought citizens don't have political careers. We have nothing to prove, and so we can actually direct our attention to what's fair. A citizen going into the public and saying that can be believable and can be very legitimating to an assembly. So I recommend thinking about the possibility of those citizens who would volunteer being emissaries to the public about the conclusions of the assembly. And finally, my fifth point, you asked me to make 5. It's a question of the broken promise, the filter, no filter, and the relationship to legislatures. And here I recommend the example of East Belgium, where they have created citizens' assemblies drawn by lot that are connected to the legislature. And the rubric is, what's written into the law is that the legislature will either promulgate the recommendations of the citizens as laws, or send them to a referendum, or give public justification why not. Because some of them recommendations, there may be very good reasons why not. So that language, I think, might help in the future as we face, I think Macron will not make this promise again. I doubt if any other head of state will make that unconditional a promise, because it was almost predictable that he was going to break it. And that's very delegitimating, more delegitimating for him than for the assembly. But it's not good precedent at all. But this precedent, the language of East Belgium, you'll promulgate it, you'll send it to a referendum, or you'll give a public justification why not. That, I think, can stand for in the future as good language for this kind of thing. This has been really, a spectacular demonstration of collective intelligence. I'm bowled away. It's just a major step forward. And I'll just try to say a few words in French to end and say, nous venons de comprimer une quantité extraordinaire de travaux recherche.
We've just compressed a huge quantity of work.
Tous bien conscients de vivre.
We are all fully aware that we are living in a crisis. The most interesting days of today give us an idea of the answer we could give to this crisis, or the solution we can find to the crisis. And as a researcher, this is what we do best. What we do best is thinking, so we will have to go on thinking. Thank you so much for the quality of your thoughts, of your thinking. Thank you for the fantastic presentations. And I would like to thank the citizens for their deep thinking, for their detailed thinking. They all work. The world will be a better place thanks to you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jane, for your kind words, for the sharing of your comment, for sharing your comments. It was all so interesting, a source of inspiration. Thanks for your presence among us. As Jean-Michel explained, it's very important to have you here, all of us. It was so important for all of us. We practitioners, we are we're doing some research. We are all working on how is democracy doing, how is it like, and what is going to happen. So we're meeting again tomorrow morning, but earlier. Tomorrow we're going to work on something quite interesting, but we're starting at 12 French time, 6 a.m. American time. So as you said, Jane, 6 a.m. Sorry about that, but we have to take into account the difference between the Atlantic, We cannot do much about that. So we'll have great participants again tomorrow. Audrey, who is a Minister of Digital Affairs and Social Participation in Taiwan. Graham Smith, he's going to, as he said, is going to launch with the Climate Foundation, Norwich Network of Climate Assemblies. We launched this network in June. We will also have Pratap Mehta, Claire Medier, Wilson, David Farrell, Jen Sweetle, and so on and so forth, who are going to talk about other assemblies, citizens' assemblies, other conventions, randomly selected conventions, Denmark, Ireland, and so on. And so we will be able to compare our French experience with what's happening in other countries, and I'm sure that we'll draw most interesting lessons so that we can go on climbing together this hill of citizens, legislators, or lawmakers. And I'm sure that one day, sooner or later, we'll reach the summit of the mountain. That's it, as far as I'm concerned. I wish you a most pleasant afternoon or evening. In France here, we can go out and drink or have a drink until 9 p.m. So enjoy this new freedom. Enjoy, have a drink for us all. So back here anyway at 6 a.m. American time, Eastern time, and 12 in France here or Europe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci à tous. Bonne soirée.